Good evening. Welcome to the City of Opa-locka Budget Workshop. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Here.
Mayor Pygott.
I'm here. Commissioner Taylor, could you lead us in invocation?
God, we thank you for bringing us together one more time in your name. God, we ask that you come into this meeting that we may have peace. And God, we also send up a special prayer for our brother and colleague, Commissioner Burke. We ask for total and complete healing over his body. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Pledge of allegiance.
To the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, could you go over the public comments protocol and let us know if there's anyone registered online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. City of Opa-locka Commission meetings are held in person at Shabandi Village, 215 Purvis Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. Members of the public wishing to address the commission may do so in person or virtually. Those persons wishing to participate virtually should register prior to the scheduled meeting time on the city's website at www.opalockafl.gov. When speaking before the commission, please make sure to give your full name and address for the record. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comments. Please adhere to the decorum policy, which is part of the commission meeting agenda. City commission meetings and workshops are aired through live stream at www.youtube.com/user/City of Opa-locka. And we do have one virtual participant. That is Commissioner Joseph L. Kelly.
All right, thank you very much. All right. Is he on? All right. Kelly, you are acknowledged.
Hello, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, thank you very much. Joseph Kelly, 485 Dunette Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on a couple items in your proposed budget. Haven't had a chance to look at the whole thing, but I do have a couple of questions and concerns I want to bring to your attention and ask. First of all, I noticed hello?
Yes, we can hear. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Funding for the MLK walk is listed as $1,000 on page 109. And to me, that's woefully not enough to honor and recognize the life and legacy of Dr. King. I would hope that the commission would look at raising that to at least $2,000, unless you're going to use some of your $25,000 discretionary to support it. But I think it needs to be more than $1,000 in honoring the legacy of Dr. King at the MLK walk we've done for many years. I'd also like to get clarification on proposed amounts for the EAR, the ear consultant, on page 85, and the strategic plan facilitator, I believe on page 60. Are those both going to be put out as RFP or piggyback through another entity? I'd also like to get clarity on how much debt is outstanding, reference page 22. I'm not talking about the bonds or the notes, but the red light cameras, the Miami-Dade County, and the others. And I know, I'm quite sure there's probably a plan on how you're paying them back or going to pay them back, and when you anticipate they'll be finished. Also, I know it was mentioned previously from a meeting, but I didn't get the amount. What is the proposed millage rate for this coming budget? And lastly, on page 505, dealing with parks and recreation, I noticed there's additional training being proposed. Is that for regular staff or is that for management? Because I saw where management has already been to some trainings. And could you clarify why you hire staff to work facility rentals and the like, rather than just paying existing staff that extra money? Those are just some of the questions or concerns. If I can get asked, I'll look at it later or get responses to. I haven't had a chance to look at the whole thing, but those did catch my attention. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission, Mr. Manager and Clerk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comment is open. Public comment is closed. All right, moving on to our budget. As we present our budget, and we have actually acknowledged the concerns that were brought up during this presentation. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I ask Mr. Anathan to come up and start the budget presentation. Mr. Anathan.
For the record, Commissioner Davis is present.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Bob Anathan, Budget. Before we get started, I would like to apologize. I would have loved to have gotten this book to you about 3 days before I did, but it's just with the operational audit, it just threw the schedule into a cocktail, and unfortunately I stuck you in having to do your homework late last night, and I do apologize for that. I also need to apologize because there are no pictures in this budget. I have always put pictures in my budget, but given the time pressures this year, it will be in the adopted budget book that goes out in September. That being said, next slide. I've broken the agenda into 3 parts. Just want to give you a quick reminder of what we talked about 2 weeks ago in terms of the funds, because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. We're going to have a chance tonight to look down to the line item detail and then below if you so choose. But I just wanted to do a reset on the funds just so everybody's starting from the same page. Before I get into the divisional detail, also going to pass over very quickly what's in the investment plan in the CIP for the 3 funds, the governmental funds, the water sewer fund, and also stormwater funds, just so it's a reminder, it's a city on the move, and you can see what we've done this year and what we're proposing for next year. So that's the agenda, subject to any redirection that anybody deems appropriate. Before I get started, is there any questions that I can address up front so it doesn't get lost, either from what we might have discussed 2 weeks ago or what you might have come across in the budget book?
Floor is open for any questions.
Okay.
No, the only thing is, I think,
Commissioner Taylor.
sorry, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Kelly had a couple questions about the debt, the millage rate.
I can answer those now, or we can prepare a formal response to them. I mean, the one on the MLK parade, that's your decision. It was in the proposed budget, and it's certainly one of many items that you'll look at tonight and either deem it to be appropriate or need to be escalated somewhat.
Mr. Anathan, I think that
Yes.
can be addressed when we discuss special events calendar. We kind of can discuss that as well.
Yeah, I was just the one that you can answer. That's what I was answering.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
The questions that you could answer.
Well, the questions I could answer, I'm sure that for the ERA consultant and the strategic plan facilitator, those will be competitively bid. The MLK funding, I said, is certainly what you all will decide on either tonight or the hearing next week. Debt outstanding, I can talk in general terms to that. Right now for the county, round numbers, originally we owed them $5+ million. We've paid, I think, been paying since August of 2019. So we've probably made about 18 months of payments. So there's probably about $3.5 million of debt left there. Plus the county is about to tentatively to assess there's another $2.5 million of debt for the meters that they've installed and so forth. I mean, that's been discussed. I haven't seen anything formal. So between the two to the county, very rough numbers now, probably $6 million. Terms of unpaid proceeds that were due the state that the city did not retain, I'm sorry, the city did retain previously, that's in the ballpark of 2.5 million. I've seen numbers 2.7. I've also seen things that said maybe we made some payments that were not folded in that 2.7. Round number is 2.5 to 2.7. So I believe that's the answer to the question. He's not interested in the bonds and notes. I think that's what he focused on. Other questions that he asked, the recommended millage rate, again, subject to what you all approve, is 9.65 mils. And we'll have a discussion on that shortly. The education, so forth, I'm going to have to defer to the Parks and Rec director because I'm not prepared to answer that one.
We're good.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I have quite a few. You can write them down and take them later, or I was going to do it during the presentation. How would you like me to?
Mayor, I think if you have quite a few, maybe I should go through this because hopefully I may answer some of them, or maybe it'll give you some more to ask and we'll do it all at one time. I was hoping if there were some easy, quick answer ones, I could do it. If you got a long list now, I think it'd be better to do it all at once at the end of my presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Having said that, next one, please. Very, very high level. And we discussed this before. I'm just going to repeat it again. The general fund, one of the criteria for being able to exit from the financial control is to have a healthy financial fund balance. For this city, for the general fund, it's about 3.2, 3.3 million. I showed you some numbers last week or 2 weeks ago that were stratospherically high based on some work that I received on a preliminary basis from accounting. As you'll see on the presentation there, that part of my presentation 2 weeks ago, was based on an accounting adjustment that was going to come into the general fund balance for $4.8 million, which if based on what I was looking at for FY20 and FY21 would have given us a closing FY21 fund balance in the neighborhood of $10 million, which is stratospherically high. When they finalized the audit, the $4.8 million adjustment was reduced to $2.0 million. So the wonderful numbers I showed you before are still very good numbers, but they're 2.8 million less than what we talked about before. We'll look at that at the end of end of this year when the audits are done and so forth. What I expect to see is a fund balance in the neighborhood of $6 to $7 million, again, with a requirement of 3.3. So certainly all sorts of room to spare on that. With a 2.8, it would have been closer to 10, but county adjustment took it out of play. So still very good, not as good as I told you 2 weeks ago. Second point, again, we've discussed it, and I'll come back with some recommendations on it. The water sewer fund is not having trouble, is not able to cover its own operating expense at this point. The debt burden on it is about 23% of revenue, and that just is something that takes all of the surplus cash out of that fund right now, and we'll take a look at that. Just a minor digression, I did look at the operation of the water sewer fund in comparison to another city that I was familiar with, and our operational parameters were favorable. The primary difference was in terms of that debt. The last major fund that is so important to the city is the stormwater fund. Stormwater fund is, as much as anything, is a CIP investment fund. The operating expenses are not that great. With moving the charges onto the property tax bill, it's going to generate a reasonable amount of surplus cash in the range of $800,000-900,000 a year, enough to invest in stormwater, certainly not invest in the total needs of the stormwater. I anticipate what's going to get done is once we have some credibility in the credit market, i.e. the state revolving fund loans, go back to that, and the surplus that's being created by this fund will serve to cover debt service, and then we'll get the leverage that needs to be done. But the good news is it is spinning off surplus cash, and it's a very healthy sign. page. This was a page that I showed you before. I have not changed it. It is really a very type level thing. I will not run through it again unless there's any item there that catches anybody's attention. What I will also add, when we look at the divisional detail tonight, what I did not do is include in each division all the things that's doing for and they intend to do for next year. I would encourage you to read in the budget book. The way the budget book is structured for each division, you're going to see the FY current year accomplishments, what's anticipated for next year in terms of objectives, where those objectives lined up with what I could properly align with commission priorities. That is the first section of each division. It shows you where each division is trying to do to be responsive to commissioner priorities. So again, I'm not going to go through all that detail tonight. It could be a very long presentation as is. If I put that overlay of everything that all the divisions are going to do, I'm afraid it would be an exceptionally long presentation. So I would encourage you to please take a look at in the budget books at each division, and you'll see those laid out in some, probably in a fair amount of detail in terms of what everybody wants to do to be responsive. Next, please. Again, I'm moving back and forth between millions of dollars and dollars. Most of these pages will be in millions of dollars in terms of the overview. When we get down to the division detail, obviously I'm going to be down at the dollar level. The only point I want to make with this chart is what I mentioned a moment ago about fund balance. You can see I've highlighted in yellow the fund balance lines. FY20, I believe I'm going to digress for a second. If you see negative fund balance, it means in fact that there is surplus fund balance and it's being used as an addition to fund balance. For example, the 6.6 negative number that you can see in FY20, you can see down below that it is down below here, sorry, too much leverage, becomes an addition to fund balance. So that's the way the thing works. You can see my expectation now for FY20 is that the fund balance will in fact have a surplus of in the neighborhood of $6 million. Again, in FY21, 1.9 million at this point, and I will mention there's still up to $1.1 million of contingency, which could add to it. This, just a reminder, it relates to the CARES Act revenue that was brought in. And again, for FY22, at this time, we're recommending the use of 2.2. Reminder on the use of fund balance. Fund balance is never meant to be used to sustain ongoing operations. 2.2 there relate to one-time activities. First and foremost, capital. Secondarily, some things that are one-off, such as for example, the EAR study, which is a one-off, things like that. And that's the recommendation that underlies the $2.2 million. So having said that, as I said, you can see the closing fund balance down here, 4.1. The recommended one is part of the budget recommended. 4.1, had we that $4.8 million adjustment that we originally saw in the FY19 audit stayed in place, that number would be close to $7 million. So reminder, the threshold is 3.3, 3.2 million. We're recommending a closing set of activities that will close at $4.1 million.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, you're saying that we are starting this year with 6.3 million in surplus in our fund balance?
That is my expectation at the year end, not starting this year, at the close of this year. Opening at 4.4. Again, just to run backwards in terms of what's on the page here. The audit has led us to believe that the opening fund balance for general fund, available fund balance, I should add, is negative 2.2. Upper left-hand corner down here. My belief on everything that I can see in there in terms of FY20, I mean, we know really good things happen. We know that the bank released an extra $2.5 million that they've been holding back, which was an adder. We know that we got for the first time all the additional revenue that came from the Amazon completion of that project. And at the same time, the expenditures are consistent with our FY19 expenditure to the extent that I can see them. So we had significantly increased revenue or funding, and yet we were spending as though it was still FY19, which was a greatly reduced level. So again, this is my estimate based on numbers that I can see at the account at the moment, not audited, but I believe we're going to see in excess of a $6 million addition to fund balance, which would get it to the 4.4 close for FY20 and therefore be the opening for FY21. And I also see, based on everything I can see at the moment, another 1.9 million being added to fund balance. So
I'm a little concerned about this number here. Last year, we were in the negative, weren't we?
yes, sir. At close of the FY18 audit, that was a negative. You're talking about the fund balance, I think?
Yes.
That was negative 3.9, negative 4 million.
All right, negative 3.9.
Yeah.
Was the last official number we had.
Yeah.
And now we're saying we anticipate a positive 6.3. That's $9 million in additional revenue that
Yes,
came
sir.
through this city that we didn't use within the time period.
Again, you said 6 point, you're talking to the 6.6 number, I believe?
Yeah, you said,
Okay.
so the
Okay.
last number was a
Yeah.
negative 3 million.
The-
And
but
this number
one-
is a
one
positive 6.
One is balance, one is transaction. Our checking account had a deficit of $4 million at the end of FY18. The account said, okay, by the time they did everything they had to do for the FY19 audit, you've improved that by $2 million, i.e. the negative 2.2 that you see on the page right there. So again, they say transactionally, you had a surplus in FY19, either through adjustments from prior year or what have you. They got it down, your balance down to 2.2. On top of that, we have transactions for FY20. As I said, I think it's a real barn burner. I can point to a couple of things that we know were totally different. One is the sharp increase in property tax. Second was the bank releasing an additional $2.6 million that they had been holding because they were concerned about violation of the covenants of their loan.
All right, so we clear. I can see clearly the $2 million coming in. All right, so I got that. Could you calculate in clear terms how we get to 6? So you say 2 million from the bank.
Bank 2.5
All right, so now we
actually.
have 0. And what's the next number?
The next one was, I'll have to get more detail, but the next one was the boost in property taxes from Amazon. That was a first time, and that was at, I think, probably about $1.9 million.
But that was 2 years ago.
No, sorry, I believe FY20 was the first. Well, if 2 years ago is FY20, I would agree with you. FY20, when I got here 18 months ago, that was new news for the first time. That was FY20, and I got here in the first couple of months of FY20.
2019. And
It was in December of 2019.
2019.
Well, we would have received a lion's share of that certainly in December of 19. But that was FY20 results, obviously. So,
okay, all right. So you say 2 from the bank, then you say it was a 1.9. Let's just round it up to 2.
Yeah.
For Amazon.
And there are.
And now we got 4 more million. Where we get the rest of that money from?
Oh, I gave you 4, so I only have 2 to go.
No. So we were negative 2.2.
Yeah, negative.
We got 2 million from the bank. So that
what-
brings us to.
What we're looking at is, okay, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
You have asked a question, and I'm going to have to give you a more detailed answer than I'm doing at the moment. You're asking, how do we generate $6 million of surplus in FY20?
Looking at that number, I'm looking at 8.5 to be, because 2 plus 6 is 8.2 plus 0.3, that's 8.5. So that's what I'm trying to figure out how we
Well,
get.
then I'm doing a very poor job of communicating, because it says your checking account had when you opened FY20 was negative $2.2 million. During the course of the year, between excess revenue and savings and expenditures, you have generated $6 million of surplus. You took your negative bank account of 2.2, put $6 million of cash in which represents the surplus of revenue or funding, usually revenue, over your expenditures for FY20.
All right, just for the sake of time, you can put that in writing for that.
Yes, sir.
And also, just for my colleagues' information, I think it is, I'm a little hesitant to touch fund balance, that we're in a financial crisis, to go into fund balance reserves to sustain ourselves. If we are able to reach that 3 million in revenues, plus get all of our audits completed by next year, we can enter into some very serious conversations with the Financial Oversight Board about us being recovered as a city. And I would hate to spend money this year that takes us out of that position to get out of financial oversight as swiftly as possible. So we have 2 audits coming up. We just got a qualified opinion this past year. So if we get those one outstanding audit complete, and also the audit for this coming year complete next year, plus we have these reserves by our next budget meeting, we can really talk about getting out of this financial oversight and have those conversations. So that is my concern right now with this numbers, and I will want to do everything possible to make sure we are very stable as a city before we start using these funds to do other special projects. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
No.
Mr. Anathan, how much money is required by law to be in fund balance for us?
It's not a excuse me. It's not a requirement by law. It's recommended. We've got the GFOA, Government Financial Office Association. They put out a lot of standards.
So by nationally accredited standards, what's the dollar amount that should?
Their recommendation is 2 months of operating expense, which in terms of the city is somewhere around 3.3 million. What, if I may point out to the mayor, to not spend the $2.2 million means that we're going to have to come up with $2.2 million of savings, including a lot of capital projects that the public works people really feel are important to do. If that's the wishes of the commission, we'll go back and figure out where to get $2 million.
Mr. Anthony.
Yeah.
The nationally accredited standard says around $3.some odd million needs to remain in fund balance in order for a city to be professionally ran, correct?
That is a normal standard, yes.
Okay.
Sir.
So for the commission's edification, and I seem to have to keep saying this budget is reviewed and approved by the state of Florida and the Financial Oversight Board or the governor's designee. Okay? If the Financial Oversight Board and governor's designee feels that the required expenses are valid and we're not going under that 3 million threshold, I feel that it will be allowed. I understand and hear the mayor's sentiments and concerns. My advice is to allow the budget to go up and allow the state to provide the necessary input that they provide in regards to our budget, because they advise us what takes us out of a financial emergency. So as I respect the mayor's comments, there's many projects and many priorities the city has, and for us to cut even more, I think would not be in the best interest of the city. Again, we have a financial oversight board, we have the governor's designee that reviews this budget in detail. They contact us to make various changes to the budget. The budget's in the review process. I hear the mayor's sentiments, but this is not a budget that's put together, just thrown together, and we just throw some numbers together, re-throwing them together. The budget is very professionally done. It's prepared. It goes through appropriate reviews, and comments are made. And I say, allow us to go through that process. To now direct us to go back and cut $2.some odd million of expense is ludicrous, and I don't think it's advisable. I say let the budget go up for review, and at the end of the day, you guys approved the pound budget in September. So based on the state's comments, based on their 29 days or 30 days of review, the budget will come back up before you that's reviewed and approved by the state. And at that point, we can move to a direction, I think that's positive for the city. Like I said, to go back and cut $2 million of expenses is not feasible at this time, in my opinion. Thank you. Mr. Anthony, you can continue.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the next page then. Just going to take a quick glance at your general fund revenue. You can really see there are really normally 4 line items, occasionally a 5th one called grants. That is the entire revenue structure. We've got 40, 50 different sources. Most of them are gathered and aren't material. Property tax, as we've talked about a couple times, based on the recommendation of the millage rate of 9.65 mils, would generate $11.2 million of property tax. Franchise fee is a significant contributor to the general fund, pretty stable year to year. Permits are not stable. They wax, they wane. Sometimes you have good years. We had a very great year in FY21. I've made an estimate for FY22. Fines and forfeitures have a little bit of volatility to them. It's first and foremost a function of red light camera. Someday people may get smarter and stop doing what they're doing, but at the moment it's a pretty stable number. The only other number I'm going to bring to your attention are the grants lines. You're looking at essentially the county CARES Act program, and that's made a one-time contribution. I'll leave it at that. It benefited the city. It benefited the city's residents. So it's a major swing this year. Certainly nothing planned for next year. So that's just a quick snapshot of what goes on in general fund revenue. About 3 or 4 sources, and some of them have some volatility. This is what we're looking at for FY22. Next page, please. Quick primer on property tax. I want to totally demystify it. Again, our recommended millage rate is 9.65 mils. Some people don't know what a mill is, so I throw it in a quick definition. It means for every $1,000 of taxable value at 9.65 mils, you will get $9.65 of property tax. Just so you know, just so this strange term mills has a little more relevance to you. The proposed millage rate is down 0.15 mils from FY20, which you'll remember, or it is 9.8 mils. If you choose not to use the millage rate that we're recommending, if you choose to change it, for every 1/10 of a mil, you'll affect the property tax revenue by a little over $100,000. At this millage rate, just so there'll be no surprises, one of the requirements at each budget hearing is you have to announce the increase over what's called the rollback rate. I won't drag you through that tonight, but even though the millage rate came down by, let's say, 1.6%, it is a trim requirement to announce it. It would be announced at both budget hearings as a 4.72% increase, or depending if you should change the millage rate, we'll recompute whatever that number might be. Just a reminder, you're going to make a decision next week. That's what's going to show up on the property tax bill. That rate is a de facto cap. You can go lower that in your September budget hearing meetings at no cost to anybody. Certainly your prerogative to do that. If for whatever reason you choose to go up, it becomes very expensive. We end up having to send letters out, and there are a lot of other things. So as you set the budget, as you set the millage rate next week, please keep that in mind. It will become all practical purposes, a de facto cap. A lot of cities, I'll just share with you my experience in other cities, put a very conservative rate in there. In other words, they really leave themselves some latitude. The trade-off on that is if you leave it too high to give yourself flexibility, you end up getting a lot of phone calls about how come you're not lowering the millage rate. So recommendation is try and find the sweet spot that gives you the flexibility to do what you have to do, but not generate too many phone calls. Next, please. Quick overview, very quickly, we'll get down into the nitty-gritty in a minute, but this is the way the general fund is set up right now in terms of expenditures. Not surprisingly, within the general fund, the primary expenditure is going to be compensation. We'll look at that in a little more detail. I will tell you the compensation does not have any increases in it at this time. As you know, there are two different bargaining units that we're in negotiation with. That is going to impact that. That's the reason that I have a $1.5 million contingency, about 5 numbers down, because don't know what the outcome is going to be. We'll, if and when that, not if, when it's determined, we'll use contingency to cover whatever the increases might be. Related to our prior discussion, two other major users of general fund revenues is going to be information tech, up quite a bit this year over what it's been in prior years. You're looking at the impact of installing your ERP. If we can't cover it, then we may have to stay with the system we have, just not to be an alarmist, but that's where some of the increase in fund balance is going, or the use of fund balance going. Risk management, that number has gone up because of worker comps issues. I have put a very conservative number in there. I'm hopeful we'll do better. We had a couple years of bad history. One of them has disappeared, so I'm hopeful that'll be better. So this is the view from 30,000 feet of where the general fund expenditures are going. Next, please. Okay, a little bit of an eye chart. I apologize. I did show you this one before. You can see where the increases are. In most cases, it has to do with staffing. In fact, nearly every case staffing, with very minor exceptions. So I won't spend a lot of time on that. You can see the transfer out is still a biggish number, increase of 1.3 million. And again, that has to do with things such as the transfer to the IT fund, the increase. There's some capital going out this year that didn't go out in the original 21 budget. So you've seen this before. Unless there are any questions this time, I will move on to the next page.
What's the total amount of increases that we have on this budget?
Increases in which category, sir?
Total for this budget in terms of operation for the general fund?
Well, from the original budget, if I'm answering the question, probably be the number in the lower right-hand corner of 4.4 million.
Okay, thank you.
4.478 to be more precise.
So
And again, that was for over the FY21 budget, which was an exceptionally lean budget that we did at the time because we didn't know what the impact of the pandemic was going to be. So we really snugged down tight and possibly realistically too tight. So part of it is just probably starting from a base that was maybe artificially too low. But to answer your question, it is the 4.4 million.
Yeah, so that's where I was confused at, because I know we had a significant infusion of funds due to the CARES Act that put our budget up last year pretty significant. Now that we're not having that infusion for this upcoming year, where does all this extra funding come from? It's on top of not only what we did last year, but we're doing 4.4 over what was last year. So where is all this extra funding coming from?
There we go. Apologies. Take it back one page, please. Right here. Your revenue is going to be up. It was 19.6. The revenue forecasted at this point is going to be 16 million. So your question is, okay, I just lost $3.6 million. What am I going to do about it? Part of the answer is that when you look at the grants, half of that was strictly out of city pocket. In other words, for every dollar of grant revenue that we received, we gave out a dollar. First and foremost, it was the cash cards and so forth. So some of these expenses will not be repetitive again this year. Another way you're going to fund it is you're going to use, it's proposed that you use fund balance. So that covers 2.2 of it. And after that, I can give you a more detailed one. I don't have all the details in front of me at this point.
Thank you.
It's doable. And again, the linchpin on it is the use of $2.2 million of fund balance, pulling it down from 6 million down into the $4 million range. Okay, behind the growth in compensation, as you would expect, you can see it in headcount. looked at this chart last time, I have put in a little more amplified information this time out to the right. So you can see what's driving it. For example, the city manager is recommending moving the legislative aide from the clerk's office into his office, and then 2 part-time people, one a special assistant, the second one a purchasing aide to help the staff that's doing purchasing at this time. Excuse me. You can see I've enumerated for each of those the type of positions that head count increase represents. I mean, for example, when you get down to roads and streets, that is spot on with terms with the beautification program, for example. So you can see where the increases are. They can be discussed in further detail as the commission deems appropriate.
And what's the total full-time equivalent if we add in part-time and full-time?
General fund, part-time, it depends obviously on the hours. Some are 29, some are less, some are summer employees and so forth. But again, if you assume typically 50% as a starter, you would see again for the general fund, 132.8 plus another 16 part-timers. And again, that's only for the general fund.
It's only for the general fund. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'm looking total.
I don't have that with me. There's probably another, it's 150 full-time employees and only a couple part-time, actually no part-time employees in the enterprise fund. So add to doing the math here, the 132 plus 16, 50% of 32, 148. And then you'd be talking another 25 in the enterprise fund. So that would get you to about 100, including the equivalency of the part-time is somewhere around 170. Again, I can give you that number in detail.
Got 170.
Yes, sir. Ballpark. Again, deeming part-time employees as 50% present.
Okay. All right. Just for historical knowledge, I do for my colleagues, 170 is where we were at right before we got into this financial crisis. So could you kind of explain the logic behind that? Because I know that one of the major recommendations that reason why we had to cut so much during the financial crisis was to cut staff. So how do we get to a point to where we're back like before those financial crisis level numbers?
Mayor, if I may, my recollection, the really high watermark for staffing was somewhere around FY14 and FY15. And I believe it was a much bigger, again, let's just talk full-time because that sometimes gets confusing. I believe the full-time that I remember, and I'll have to look up again because I don't have it at fingertips, in FY15 was probably far above, let's say, the 150 full-time employees that we're talking now. I'll have to get that for you. But again, your revenue position is so much different in terms of revenue that you're realizing now versus what you're realizing then. Plus a lot of things that were cut out of the budget at that time that I don't think have ever come back. So, I mean, I'll have to do the analysis for you. I wasn't prepared to do it this evening. I apologize.
Okay. And I just wanted to make sure we get this on record.
Yeah.
In 2015, it was 184. And 2016 was 170 for full-time equivalent.
184.
Yes.
That
In
would be-
2014, it was 220. So much significant back in 2020.
That's kind of the number I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
But even the 180 that I think you alluded to for FY15 versus 150 now. So it's certainly not your grandfather's Opa-locka at this point.
Mr. Mayor, may
Mr.
I? Commissioner Taylor from. and I'll
All right,
go
Commissioner
after.
Teller.
Mr. Anderson, so to the mayor's question, for example, the part-time workers for Parks and Recs, are they seasonal or is that going to be a year-round thing?
Mixed bag. I believe that, and Parks and Rec Director will back me up on this, 4 are seasonal, summer to work in the summer camp. The remainder are meant to be part-time, full year, if I can use that terminology. So of the 15, 4 would be seasonal, 11 would be around the calendar, full,
So then the number.
part-time, but
Okay,
full year.
okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Manager, and also when you answer this question, could you also touch on the increase in the police? I know that I sent the questions about the report from Miami-Dade County that looked at our staffing levels and saw that they were adequate and back last year. So could you also answer for the record, the increase in police that is different from the recommendation from Miami-Dade County assessment?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commission, the city is in a healing and rebuilding stage. The purpose of going into financial crisis is to restabilize the city financially. Part of that is you go through the restabilization phase where you cut funding to the bare bones until you find appropriate sources of revenue, either through tax increases and various other avenues of revenue increasing. And then as time goes by, you rebuild the city one block at a time. You rebuild every division one block at a time. For example, we have a Parks and Recreation Department that has parks that are year-round, and we don't have staff on the weekends at those parks currently because of staffing. That will cause a lot of overtime. So we do not have our parks staffed 7 days a week. That's one example. So that's why you see the increased headcount in Parks and Rec part-time employees. To make sure you have a Parks and Recreation staff member at the parks on an everyday basis during the hours where the parks open and close. Part of that is a public safety reason. Part of that is a programming reason where you can have programming 7 days a week and not just 5 days a week during business hours. So that's one thing. Then we look at the Public Works Department, looking at the increase there. Everybody knows the Public Works Department is not a department that has fully capable staff or is fully staffed to attack the needs and requirements that the city has as far as beautification goes, keeping the city together in a way that the city is a very pleasant place to come through. And as you all have expressed, we have a huge issue with beautification and look of the city. As far as the police department is concerned, okay? When Miami-Dade came, now I'm putting my ex-police chief hat on because I am a subject matter expert in law enforcement. One reason that the city hired me. When Miami-Dade came out, they looked at the basic law enforcement services that this police department offers. The very basic law enforcement services. It's responding to calls and investigating cases, and that's it. They didn't look into the community policing side of it. They didn't look into parking issues. They didn't do a tour of the city to see the various issues or challenges that the city had. They went in at a period of time, I think a 4 or 5 day period of time, snapshot in time. They went in the police department, looked at their operations during that snapshot, okay? Snapshot in time. Time evolves, time moves on. If I believe myself to be correct, this evaluation of the police department happened before George Floyd got murdered in Minneapolis, where we saw a huge tide in law enforcement and more emphasis on community-oriented policing and being in the community and rebuilding trust in law enforcement, okay? So this report was done before that time, okay? You see the staff increases to do two things. It's to have a dedicated community policing officer to deal with community policing matters, be at events, host crime watch meetings, do various things, community outreach. Those are not things that can be done part-time by an officer on the street or working in investigations. That is a role that needs to be handled independently. And most police departments I know have that function. And it is nationally recognized through the 21st century policing evaluation that was done during the Barack Obama administration in order to have a community-oriented policing piece. That piece was broken when I got here as a city manager in the city of Opa-locka. And still to this date, it's broken and it has not been repaired. So I needed the commission to look at a snapshot in time, evaluating the police department and what are the basic levels of law enforcement that was needed. That was what Miami-Dade County's focus was. Can the city of Opa-locka handle the best possible outcome as far as day-to-day operational services of the police department? So those are where those recommendations come from. And if I believe there's part of the report that says that recommended more supervision within the police department. There's part of the report that says, I think it speaks on the community-oriented policing piece briefly. Then the report compared us to similarly-sized police departments or similarly-sized cities in the area, like Florida City and various other cities that are comparable to our department. But they didn't look at, well, Florida City's crime rate is not as high as Opa-locka. These smaller cities that are compared are comparable. They're not really comparable because they don't have the type of challenges that Opa-locka has. So the increase in the police department is a very well needed thing in order to, as the mayor always states, building the police department to the 21st century law enforcement agency. And that's what we're trying to do. At the end of the day, we can go back, we can go bare bones, have officers just respond to calls, have investigations be investigated by our investigations division. They sit for months to be investigated. No community outreach in Glorietta, no community outreach in Cordoba, no dedicated programs, no officers to work the anti-violence rallies or support the anti-violence initiative that the city has. We can go bare bones basic, but that's not something I would advise the commission to do. At the end of the day, you can ask us, hey, what is the minimum required staffing that you need to run a department in day-to-day operations? We can provide that number, but I would tell you that number comes with a lot of sacrifices that's going to hurt the residents of the city. The crime rate has been starting to lower down, but we have to maintain that. In order to maintain that, you have to have systems in place to ensure that occurs. So that kind of speaks on it. And then part of the police department increases on a side note is we need dedicated parking aids outside of code enforcement to deal with our parking issues on Alabama and various other segments of the city. So these parking aids will specifically be assigned to handle the parking issues throughout the city. The city has a mess of parking issues. So what is happening now is I am pulling code enforcement to do it. Then code enforcement has their other issues to do with building violations and various different things like that. So to pull code enforcement just to deal with vehicle issues, they don't have the staffing to do that. This budgetary number looks at bringing in parking aids to actually combat the parking issues on Alabama, tow vehicles inoperable throughout the city in our industrial corridors in various areas. So that is another reason why you see a budgetary increase in the police department of 5. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
to the manager, a few questions. Are you saying that the increase in the police department budget and the increase in employees that will be hired will be specific for community relations or to be a part of those anti-violence initiatives? Or are these staffed officers that we need an increase of officers? However, because of the limited number of officers that we have now, they're unable to do the added or extra initiatives like DARE or Police Explorers. I think I'm trying to, because the way you said it, it was wrapped around the increase would be for this and for these initiatives. So are these, like, as we call them in my job, community involvement specialists? Or are these police officers that inevitably will be officers, but now there's an increase to be able to do more outreach? I think that's where I'm confused.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that question, Madam Vice Mayor. So as we look at it, let's go back and look at a snapshot in time. 4 or 5 years ago up to today, if you look at the staffing of the police department, the staffing was starting to lower. So as officers left, they weren't replaced and positions were removed out of the budget, because there is a point in time where public safety was not the focus of this city. It was not the focus at all whatsoever, not the main focus. And so in saying that, these positions allow us to increase our staffing so we can actually post positions and duties to do exactly what you're saying, specifically targeted to anti-violence initiatives, community outreach, the city having an actual community-oriented policing program where you have officers that are dedicated to just that, community-oriented policing and other specialty things that we do in the city. Because at this point, the patrol division cannot necessarily do community-oriented policing because with the call volume that we have, our officers are going from call to call to call. So they don't have time to stop and play basketball, football with the kids in the street. They don't have time to do that outreach that they actually need to do with the community. Because the minute they get out the car, do the outreach, then they get a call, so they jump back in their vehicle, they're going back and they respond to their calls. So this is to do this, that. And also to address the parking issues that the commission has on multiple occasions spoke on in various corridors of the city. So yes, this will allow us to hire officers to go on the street, and this will allow us to pull officers that are seasoned, that are veteran officers to do these various programs that I'm speaking of.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, hold on, Vice Mayor, are you done? No. Vice Mayor, continue. Yeah, come to you, Commissioner Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, I did have one more question to the manager. For the increases, and I'm just using one example for building and licenses. My question is, and I'm not sure this could be coupled wrapped with a few questions. If there's an increase from fiscal year 21-22, and I'm looking at the objectives on page 81, and I see that on page 82, there's increases in salaries, specifically at the executive level for building and licensing. However, when I look on page 81 for the objectives, are those increases mainly for the electronic plan or the electronic I guess services that will be wrapped around, or are those increases, or because I would think that I would see more increases targeted towards employee efficacy, employee training, employee, that part. And I don't see any of that within the fiscal year 22 objectives, more so just increases wrapped around an electronic plan and review. However, but when I see this type of increase at the executive level on page 82, this concerns me because nothing is about employee efficacy. Thank you.
Ma'am, through the mayor, I'll have Mr. Anthony answer that question because I know we have not approved any executive increases, but he can speak on that.
My turn. Thank you. There has been a recommendation that the Building and License Department is going to report to the Community Development Department. So what you're seeing there in the executive compensation is a portion of the Community Development Director now being assigned to the Building and License Department. The staffing increases are 2 additional clerks because they felt they really are not stepping up to the volume of what's coming to the window, and also the conversion of a part-time minimum housing inspector to full-time, again, addressing what's perceived to be a very real problem in the city. So that's what you're looking at in compensation right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. Are you done, Vice Mayor Williams? Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
So in regards to Vice Mayor's question, you're merging the departments?
I don't believe merge is the right term. The building department will now report to the
Under one umbrella? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then and another follow-up question from Vice Mayor. She talked about the, I guess we did this a long time ago. She brought it up. I looked at the IT as far as their programming. Are you going to do it? We're doing the programming for building and licensing where they can pay their permits and licensing online?
I believe that it's a 2-part answer. Eventually online, The IT director has informed me that that really will not take place until the ERP is up and running. So it would be the latter part of FY22, maybe even FY23. The IT director has done a lot of programming to automate what they do in terms of calculations of fees and so forth. Another aspect, I'm not sure if this directly answers your question, they are now receiving plans electronically, and they are now distributing plans electronically to the various agencies in the county that need to review them. So
No.
I'm
If I
sorry.
wanted to pay for my license, that's one of the questions that she asked. But if I wanted to pay for my license, can I pay for it online?
I believe the answer this time is no.
So that's not one of the increases in staff that we were looking at.
I don't believe they're taking payments online.
I can speak on that. So so in order to save money, the whole city's electronic interface, the brain of the city that everybody logs into to do their daily work, every department logs into this program to do their daily work, has to be upgraded in order to fulfill the necessary requirements of DERM and other regulatory agencies that monitor the city and the building and licensing department. It would be not financially prudent just to buy a software program just for building and licensing, because it's a very expensive dollar tag. For example, the ERP system that we're looking at for the first year, we're looking at $1 million. That is budgeted. It is budgeted in this budget. The first year costs us $1 million to get everything merged over from our older system. So understand, once we go to this newer system, then you're going to start seeing more automated things occurring within all the departments other than the building licensing department. We're going to start to see automation in all phases. We have gradually started automation in regards to plan review, in regards to various other tasks that the building and licensing department has. As far as online direct payment, I can maybe Nelson can speak on that. I know that is a availability, and I know we're trying to harness that as well and make sure that those dollar amounts are kind of tracked in the specific account that they need to go into. But in order to get this city to the 21st century, it's going to take a significant investment, which is in this year's budget to do so. A first year investment of $1 million to get a new system in place and to export data and to migrate into the new system. So that is the thought process of the city. It's not something that happens immediately. It's a gradual process because you're taking data from one system and migrating it to another. So it takes time to do that. But to answer the question as far as building licensing, yes, we were aware of the ancient shape of the building licensing department. We are aware of the automation needs that are needed. We are moving towards that slowly but surely. But this year's $1 million investment into this ERP system will be the first step in doing that. And just for edifications in regards to executive salaries and just speaking on the building licensing, this Thursday, today actually, a determination was made to remove the director title from the building licensing director, and he is just merely the building official for the city. And the directorship and the director that will be overseeing building and licensing will be Gregory Gay. And the reason it is going to be Gregory Gay is because building and licensing, community development, and zoning are all one big package that work hand in hand together. So this is number one, to increase efficiency and increase that umbrella to ensure that there's proper communication as far as license approvals. Because right now, somebody applies for a license, it went to Mr. Gay's group under community development, under zoning. They approved it. Then it went to building and licensing, who had a separate director. We have to wait for that director to approve it. Then it comes to my office for final approval. This streamlines everything. It's one approval, it's one director that approves everything, and it increases the umbrella. And I believe that Mr. Gay has the professional knowledge and wherewithal to take that department to the next level, because it's going to take a lot of analytical skills as well as patience to do that. And we're giving him the tools to do that by increasing his staffing in regards to clerks and various other aspects of modernization and improvement. Thank you.
And the last thing, Mr. Mayor, going back to everyone's question on the police, the policing, staffing for the police. I think what would ease my colleague's mind, that 5 increase, if you broke that down to one person is gonna be parking aid, one person is hired for this, one person is hired for that. Because all we see is 2 non-sworn officers and 5 sworn officers. So if you broke it down by position, then maybe we can appreciate it just a little bit more, because that's where the confusion is coming in at.
So that is done through an organizational chart. So I believe there's an organizational chart in the budget book for the police department, isn't it, Mr. Anderson?
There is in fact one in there. It can be expanded upon, I think, to satisfy what folks are looking for. Yes, it's in there right now. It shows about,
And it shows a breakdown of positions and where
Is that
those.
under the special law enforcement tab, or is that somewhere else?
it's the police tab, which is,
85? Yeah, I think that would help with that situation, because that's where everybody's on ease with it. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
And understand that some of those funds that we're looking at are going to be captured through the COPS grant program through the Department of Justice. So we are in the process and have applied for grant funding for those positions, which I'm very, I feel that the city will get approved for based on the city's condition and where we're at as far as law enforcement is concerned. So understand that grant funding will also fund some of the positions that are displayed in the budget.
Commissioner Till, answer your questions. It's on page 80. That section starts on page 84 in the budget book.
Yeah, but it still doesn't answer my colleagues' questions, because they specifically want to know the 5 that you're hiring, who are they?
Yeah.
This just tells you a general chart of where they're going, but we don't know staffing for the police department. So just give it to us in layman's terms.
So-
That's what I'm asking.
So if we can get a report and a memo, that would be very helpful for this particular item. All right, so we can move on. And also, could you put in writing the decision about the builders and license? I know a few weeks ago you said you wanted to contract out the whole department. So if you can break down the reasoning behind this new transition of keeping the builders and licensing department in-house and pulling it within community development and writing, that'd be very helpful. Commissioner Keller, do you have anything? I mean, Commissioner Davis, I thought I saw you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it was related to the minimum standard, minimum housing inspector, the position. I noticed that it's classified as part-time. My question is it related to budget limitations? Which is why the position is classified as part-time. I know it was a full-time position in the past through the mayor to the manager.
Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not hearing the question clearly, but
The
position, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was the minimum housing
Yeah.
inspector position,
Yeah.
which is currently classified as a part-time position. I do remember previous conversations centered on that position and the need for it being a full-time position, although we had problems at the time recruiting. But is there any, I guess, any reason why it's classified as part-time? Is it
I think it was,
budget concern?
it was treated up until this time as a position working 10 and a half hours a week. I think that is one of the hangovers of coming through what the city has come through. And my understanding is the need has been perceived to be much greater than 10 and a half hours a week. And the recommendation is to make that a full-time position.
Okay. Well, Mr. Manager, do you have any comments regarding why the, I guess, position is classified as part-time? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I know we get a significant amount of complaints regarding the minimum housing standards throughout the city. I feel that, to be honest, that it may be a role that requires more than one position, but definitely should require at least a full one FTE to manage. So I'm just wondering why, or is there any rationale, behind the decision to move the position to a part-time basis?
Uh,
Mr. Manager, if you.
I'm sorry, did I understand?
Mr.
Move
Mr.
to
Anthony,
a part-time basis?
Mr. Manager, I can answer the question. Commissioner Davis, I think you interpreting it wrong. The positions are going from part-time to full-time. Initially, we hired a minimum housing inspector. They lasted about a week. We hired another one. His availability was only on part-time basis. So we utilized him on a part-time basis. This budget year, because of the resident complaints, we're actually increasing that position to a full-time position. So the current part-time minimum housing inspector is going into a full-time position this next budget year. That's what's being proposed.
Oh, okay, so it's going to be a full-time.
Yes, sir. I'm
position.
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
I didn't understand the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I address one point at great peril to myself? When the ERP was originally discussed, it was discussed as $1 million investment next year. Through distilling the numbers and so forth, at this point, it's been reduced to 460. So just don't want to see everybody running around saying it's $1 million.
Okay.
That was a number that existed probably 3-4 months ago, but there's a better number in the budget at this point.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
I know we need to move on. Just wanted to say to the manager, just going through some of the proposed increases. I will say I am a little concerned about the increases in the salaries at the executive level without having seen myself the successes of some of the and I'm reading. Really, all I can really do is just read what I see the accomplishments are. So I'm just wondering, is there a threshold? Is there some type of scale? Is there something that is used to create this scale of salary increases amongst on the executive level in terms of those successes that have been accomplished in 2021? Or is this something that we just do every year or on a yearly basis? That's just my question.
And through the mayor, is this specifically in regards to the building licensing department, or do you see this? Okay. So as far as, I'm going to just speak on the building licensing department as an example. Okay, so you have an executive that's given a lot more responsibility as far as overview of other department responsibilities. Okay, which department are you speaking on, so I can just say?
I'm looking at human resources.
Okay,
So there's another increase there. And I'm asking, is this something that's all over, or in terms of increases? Or is this a department by department? So, I mean, that's why I'm just trying to get some clarity. I can tell you, page 66.
okay. I have Mr. Anderson answer the
What that is, and subject to my understanding of it, excuse me, there were certain directors who at one point had their salaries trimmed back. That was rectified last year, not on a full-time basis. So what I think you're looking at is where that was granted last year to bring them back to the level they were at when the reductions were imposed. You're looking at a partial year of current year, FY21, versus full year 22. There are no increases in the budget other than what the manager just made reference to in regard to the community development director picking up a significant amount of additional responses. No other person who is classified in the executive category has received a increase other than where they reset those, I think 2 or 3 who were reduced last year, or I'm sorry, were reduced previously and reset last year.
And so if I can expound and put a little bit more history to it. So when the city went to financial emergency, all the directors were directed to take a certain amount of cut and pay when the initial financial emergency occurred. When I came in to the city, did evaluation of director salaries, and there were about 80% of the directors, their salaries were restored to full salary during whatever period of time. And then there were exactly three employees that salaries were never restored back to their normal place. And I have no problem speaking on that. One was human resources, one was the city clerk, and the other one was the bill and licensing director. Their salaries were left at post financial emergency levels where everybody else's salary was restored. So with council of the state of Florida and looking at the situation, we came to a conclusion that we found it to be prudent to restore the salaries of those that were not placed back at the levels that they needed to be. And as we all know, Opa-locka's went through several city managers, and Opa-locka has been a place that plays games with people and salaries and various different things like that. And so when I came in on a matter of transparency and equity. And to see this evaluation of employees, 3 employees that salaries were not restored compared to all the other directors that were restored, we found was an injustice. And so that conversation was taken apart by myself and the governor's designee in regards to how to remedy this, because it was a significant issue. So the thought process was to restore those employees' salaries that had not been restored, because it puts the city in a liability situation. So to put some context to that. So that's where you're going to see those specific increases, but that's due to salaries not being restored. There's no executive, including myself, that has a proposed salary increase in this budget at this point. So that's not something that is subscribed to. That's not something that's going on. As well as, we speak on just the one increase with the merger of the Bill and License Department to Community Development. Other than that, there's nothing that significant in nature. And then, of course, there's increases within the police department because you have promotions within the police department, but these are not individuals that received increases while they're in their current position, meaning they've been sitting in their position and then we just provide them an increase just to be provided increases. If that makes sense, Madam Vice Mayor.
Any other questions? All right, you may proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you can put that in writing too, in terms of all staff increases, and detail that out, that would be very helpful for us, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, these things are outlined in the budget. If you want a better budget explanation, something to be clarified in the budget, I have no problem in doing that at all whatsoever. To be asked to generate report after report after report because of clarity issues or clarity of understanding. Understand you all hired me to run the day-to-day operations of the city. If every single management decision I have to be made has to be documented to the commission in writing, that I find is unreasonable. I don't know any city manager that's placed in that position where every single decision has to be outlined and delayed in writing. Now, if you would like a better presentation in the budget, we can do that and highlight things in the budget and make clarifications in the budget. But to do reports for each inquiry that's made and do multiple page reports, just like we did this exercise with the police department, I find is unfair to myself, it's unfair to my staff, because we have to stop and put these reports together. But if there's clarification that matters, that you want things clarified, we have no problem clarifying the budget document.
The challenge is, Mr. Manager, is that we got this budget book yesterday. This is our first time seeing this, and we got this presentation that has a very significant changes. And as we ask these questions, it seems we're still confused after their explanations. So in order to help us to digest, there's a lot of information on many different departments. We are citizens. We're not professionals that do this day in and day out. So to be able to assist us in being able to digest this, to sleep on this, we would like to just get that broken down. So far, Um, Literally, we just asked for a breakdown of police positions. So that's just like 5 lines. This police officer does this. And then the change in the buildings and license, that's a very significant thing because you sent the email in regards to that. And this one is, it's literally, I think we have, what, 5, maybe 5 directors that may have an increase. So just kind of breaking that down, or even it's 1, 2, however, we don't know what it is, but if you can just make something simple, it's a-okay. But we just want to be able to see it in writing so that we can digest it. And that's what I'm asking for. All right.
I'll incorporate that into the budget message, which is still under development.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much.
Next one, please. Yeah. Next one, please. There we go. That really was all that I wanted to cover in the general fund. At this point, we'll go back and look at the divisions within the general fund, and get into whatever level of detail you'd like to see. Just a review of the water sewer situation. It's complicated when you look at the water sewer fund because it's both a CIP fund and also an operating fund. I'm working with the finance director, so we're going to have we're going to have, in the same way you've got CIP funds for your governmental funds, i.e. safe neighborhood and so forth, we will break it out. But right now, you're looking at a couple things occurring simultaneously, both investments in capital and also operating expense. Long story short, well, let me reset for a second. When I showed this to you 2 weeks ago, the water sewer fund actually went to a negative fund balance in FY22. Again, there was an accounting recognition that the bad debt collections was unfairly burdened strictly to the water sewer fund and not to the stormwater fund, since both are on the utility bills, which weren't getting paid. So the accounts did move $700,000 of bad debt impact from the water sewer fund to the stormwater fund. So consequently, whereas this chart 2 weeks ago in the lower right-hand corner, where you had a closing fund balance of, I've lost my pointer. There it is, sorry. Very quickly, right down here, this was a negative 200,000 2 weeks ago, not because the world's gotten better, but because the accountants recognized that they were unfairly penalizing the water sewer fund and giving the stormwater fund a free ride. Long story short, the message here is the same as it was before. This fund cannot cover its costs primarily because of the debt right now. You can see in FY22, there's a $2 million usage of fund balance. 1.7 of that is covering operating expense that the revenue is not sufficient at this time. So that was the problem. At the time, the recommendation that I made, which hindsight was not a good recommendation, that we would fix it in part by taking away the charges that were coming out of the water sewer fund and going back to the general fund as administrative expense. To have done that would have put the general fund in a deficit position of $1.2 million. To actually remedy that would have required laying people off, which we felt obviously was not the right way to go at this point. So on the next page, I will show you some recommendations. They've been discussed preliminarily. It's going to take some work to get them done, but this will be the recommendation. Next page, please. I'm sorry. There's one, this is intervening pages. What I wanted to show on this page is I've highlighted where the issues are, or conversely, where the lack of flexibility is. The third line down is labeled county charges. That's what we pay for processing or having the county process wastewater for us, or conversely, buying drinking water from them. Plus in those numbers is $200,000 of billing fees that the county does charge us for putting out the utility bills each month and then collecting on them. So the message there is that takes a big chunk out of where your savings might be. Those numbers will not generate savings for us. The second one is a lesser impact, but certainly is a meaningful impact. That's the legal services, the next line down. That is an assessment of what it could be. As you know from shade meetings you've had, it could be even higher. So that is problematic. And then the last line that I've highlighted here, the debt service, that is in fact what the city is trying to cover with $10 million of revenue at this point. So. Thank you. Sorry. No, come back to, please. Thank you. So again, not at the price of being a dead horse, but if we go with the current debt payment schedule in place, including the additional charges the county has indicated they're going to charge as of January of next year, we're talking about $2.4 million of debt, 1.7 of it, 1.6 of it going to the county, 800,000 of it going to the state for their loans to us to allow certain CIP projects to move forward. One last point I'll make on that is I've got $700,000 of contingency there that in part is intended to cover what may be additional legal fees and or also to cover what may be increases to your compensation line from the various bargaining unit settlements. So it's bigger than usual, but that's part of the problem. So long story short, we're not covering operating expenses, and let me show you what my recommendation is. Please. Again, point is insufficient revenue. Recommendations are twofold. One is to convert your debt service schedule to interest only for 2 years. The cash savings that we realize from the county would be $1.5 million per year. Cash savings state, if this can be realized, would be another $700,000 per year. So that would certainly get us in a position where we could at least cover operating costs and generate a little bit of surplus to start to consider it for various capital projects. Second one is going to be more controversial, I know it, but I will put it on the table and just tell you this is my thoughts, nobody else's at this point. There have been increases from the county in what it's cost to buy water from them and also to process wastewater. The water increase over the 5-6 year period has not been horrendous, 7%. Wastewater processing is close to 25%. The city cannot keep absorbing these costs without at some point having to do something with your water rates. Recommendation very simply is to consider again for the commercial accounts, and let me remind you of the footnote at the bottom, commercial accounts do include your multifamily properties, i.e. your apartment buildings and so forth. Recommend a rate increase for consideration, 3% on water, 9% on the sewer. That would generate another $300,000 plus per year. That does not solve everything, but it starts to move you in the right direction. So this is what the proposed recommendations are. Again, I understand the sensitivity of rate increases. The real challenge is to work with the county to make them agreeable to get 2 years of interest-only payments, and then similarly work with the state in terms of the loans we have with them. Any questions on those recommendations?
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Just to circle back a little bit, Bob, relative to the question about the potential rate increases for water and sewer. I guess that recommendation is basically being put forth for multifamily complexes, so the larger apartment complexes only.
No, sir. It's for all commercial accounts, and the way that the city of Opa-locka structures its rates, it's either residential, and residential is defined as single-family residence, and everything else is deemed to be commercial, which is, as the name implies, commercial, industrial, and so forth, but also picks up the multifamily units, apartment houses, and so forth.
Got it. So only multifamily, no single family.
No, sir. I was trying to stay away for reasons I fully understood.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I asked is because I know typically when cities go up on utilities and that sort of thing, oftentimes that can revert in increases in rent, and the management ultimately increasing the rent. So that would be my only reservation with following through on a recommendation like that. On one hand, we want to make things more affordable for our residents, And, you know, on the other hand, we want to help our city with collection efforts as well, and making sure that that commercial properties and the like are paying their fair share. So I kind of see both sides of the issue, so that'll be an interesting one to see
Yes, sir.
and discuss going forward. Thank you.
That's why I footnoted, I did not want anybody to be misled about the term commercial, because it's more encompassing than just that label.
I know one thing that I don't think we've discussed this new commission that's very pertinent to this situation is our water distribution system and the infrastructure and how much we lose in water. Could you speak upon how the water loss distribution system affects our water rates and what steps we are taking to address that? Because we do have some of the highest water rates in the state of Florida, and it's largely due to that infrastructure. So I know that if we make those infrastructure improvements, we may be able to see some significant reductions or improvements in our water rates. So could you speak to that part as a recommendation or as part of addressing this issue?
Yes, sir. Actually, I am prepared to talk to that one because we looked at it recently. The standard for water loss rate, standard that is usually used is 10% loss. We have been tracking it. We've worked with the county to get the information we need. For the year, the average has been 15.8%. And for the most recent month we have, which I think is May, it was 8.9%. So water loss is not a major problem with this system. You're paying, with the county, you're paying about $1.5 million a year to buy potable water with them. So every 1% that you get on $1.5 million would be, I think, $15,000. So if you could really get down to the standard of 10%, I think you might save $75,000 a year. And certainly with the work that the Public Works, Public Utilities Department has done, I mean, they're out looking for leaks. One of their proposals for next year is to install certain leak detection equipment to further accelerate that improvement down to the 10% loss.
Okay, I recall much greater numbers than that, much greater numbers than that. So yeah, I think it would be important if we can get an understanding of how much we pay for water, how much we're charging for water, and also what is the cost of our system for actually managing that whole process. And then where are the areas in which we can see improvements? That's something I haven't seen, but I know that even I know Mr. Sturheim reports that he created when evaluating the city addresses some of those challenges that we were facing. So this is another conversation. I think we'll have to do a whole nother workshop sometime in the future to address that. But I think it's important for us to have that conversation before we make these decisions in regards to increasing our water rates and also extending our payment for our debt that we have. So, any other questions on these recommendations, comments? All right.
Next one, please. Okay, very quickly, just reiterate what I discussed when we started. Stormwater fund is in really good shape. It is primarily a capital investment or an investment fund. The operating expense is not that great. So what you see here is, we'll take you back to, where we believe we are, opening balance 1.6. We think there'll be an increase to get us up to 2.1. Tend to use that fund balance to get us, first, the biggest project is obviously the Carroll Lane one, which is going to require $2.6 million of funding from this fund. The good news is a lot of that's covered by state loans and so forth, but it will require a very significant investment of the stormwater fund balance. What that does, it gets us down to a negative $200,000. That resulted from moving that bad debt, 700,000, from the water sewer fund to the stormwater fund. The good news about this fund is this is a negative fund balance, which is very temporary. By the time, this is year end FY22, which would be September FY22, as of December December of 2022, sorry, you'll get another $2 million coming at you from your assessment. So this is a temporary issue, which is self-correcting. By the time you get into FY23, that negative fund balance goes away. It does say you'll be a little bit limited in FY23 because you have to offset this negative balance. But this is strictly a temporary thing and is not, in my judgment, not material. That's the reason why not to do Carroll Lane at this point. Okay. Next page, please. As this just reiterates the point I made before, you can see where all the expenditure is. It's in capital. This is really a capital investment fund. Compensation is minimal. Operating expenses minimal. This is designed to invest money to improve your stormwater infrastructure. Next, please. Just a quick reminder on the CRA and a reminder, twofold reminder. One, we were recently advised that the CRA is not meant to be incorporated into the city's budget. It is really meant to be a standalone entity. The city commission, in abstract terms, does not approve this budget. The reality is because the city commission is also on the CRA board, you do approve it. But in future budget books, I didn't have time to do it. You will not see the CRA as part of a roll-up into the city numbers. It'll be a standalone entity. The only things I'd like to leave with here is just a reminder, and again, this is for information only since it's something that has to be approved by the CRA board. The fund balance at the end of FY21 is judged to be somewhere around $1.7, $1.8 million. You're going to get $1.3 million of additional funding. That is a number that will change only if you decide to go with the millage rate other than 9.65. Other than that, you can take that number to the bank. So it says that between the two between fund balance and new funding of TIF revenue, tax incremental financing revenue, the fund is going to have $3 million. I'm sorry, the CRA is going to have $3 million to spend next year. And I'm not going to go through more detail than that. It's just a reminder that it's there, but it really is meant to be treated outside of city operations. City provides money and then is meant to stand back while the CRA board use it as they deem appropriate. Next slide, please. Quick reminder on town center. Again, we talked about it before, but just a reminder what the issues are. You can see there are really two issues. The city, I'm sorry, let me restart. The expenses in the city to operate this are in the range of $600,000 to $700,000 a year, exacerbated by the fact that we have now gotten charged with property tax for the property, which is fixable and which will be fixed, but it's there at the moment. Consequently, to cover the difference between the revenues that are being realized from the rents and the total operating costs, primarily the general fund and then the other funds, to the extent that they have personnel occupying the building, have to transfer in. So two issues are the amount of money that's required from the general fund and the other funds to make up the difference, and then have to do something about the property taxes. We know what to do with getting rid of this problem. We just have to do it. Are there any questions on the CRA? I'm sorry, on the town center? Okay. Next slide, please. This is just a very quick pass just to let you know what work has been done this year for the city on the move and what is further intended for next year. It's in your book in the very last chapters, but you can see for the governmental projects for next year, we're talking about close to $4 million, including 800,000, which comes out of this towards the Carroll Lane. The rest of it comes out of the water sewer fund, and first and foremost comes out of the stormwater fund. So I think you're familiar with the rest of them. There should have been project descriptions in the budget book. They were not there at this point. They will be there certainly by the time the adopted budget book is complete. Next slide, please. Less so for FY22 on the water sewer side, again, constrained by the problems we were talking about in terms of liquidity. You can see the projects that we're doing for FY21, all of which I think you're familiar with. For FY22, this project is covered by a grant, so that's not a problem. This one is covered by state loans, not a problem. This one is going to have to be covered by fund balance. That's going to be a problem. But that's what's in the budget at the moment. Next slide, please. And again, same discussion for stormwater. A lot of activity in FY21, some of it covered by stormwater fund balance, others of it covered by various state loans and grants. For FY22, 2 projects. First and foremost, the Carroll Lane, which is, as I said before, partially funded from the stormwater, partially funded by state loans and grants, and then a small project to put to bed whatever's going on with Glorietta Pond Retention Project. Next, please. Okay, at this point, I am prepared to go division by division. It's all in your budget book. I will put them up. I will try to hit the highlights at some point, which it becomes too burdensome. If I will get the feedback that says this is more detail than you choose to be exposed to at this point, certainly understand. So having said that, next slide, please. This one is important, and I really would like to get commission input on this one, because whereas each department identifies their need and builds it into the budgets, we don't get feedback from the commission in terms of what they feel their needs are going to be for next year. So this is what's in there now. I've highlighted a couple of them that are the larger numbers. It's a very small budget to start with, obviously. I've highlighted the ones where we've put in larger numbers. Don't know if we have missed things that we should be putting there. So I would certainly appreciate any feedback that I can get at this point in terms of needs that are not being properly addressed at this point.
Mr. Anathan.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between education and scholarship?
Thank you. I should have explained that. First, the travel is for to go to education sites, conferences, and so forth, which you didn't ask. Education is really for commission training in terms of what you went through this year and possibly what you might go through next year. Scholarships is a unique Opa-locka program where the commission is able to award up to 5 $1,000 scholarships for residents who are in college and can use financial assistance.
And the 1,200 monthly allowance, that's, I'm assuming 300 per commissioner?
Yes, sir.
And that's per month, or is that for the whole year? How does that?
That's whole year. I have, under I think it's either the charter or the code, I forget which, each commissioner and the mayor are allowed to spend up to $200 a month on things that they deem are important in working with the community. The practice has been those numbers have barely ever been used. I put lower numbers in there. They can be larger numbers if that's the commission's desire.
And then general expenses.
General expenses is a number that I put in because invariably, no matter how sharp our pencils are when we budget, we always miss the category. And because every budget amendment has got to go through a 2 or 3 month process, it's a very small contingency just to address the few things that seem to arise that nobody ever thought of, that to get it actually effectuated, actually acquired, would require a budget amendment, and that is a very long period. So that's the purpose of that. You'll see that in a couple of different divisions where I put in there, just to get rid of the small ones without having to wait for a budget amendment. Mayor, the point I made on this, I'm looking for feedback on this one because as we talk to each department head and so forth as to their needs, we never talk to the commission. We just say, okay, here's your budget. This is what we put in place at this moment. We'd like to get feedback in terms of things we may have identified or may not have identified, or conversely, where we've got too much in the way of funding in the budget. $8,000. The original budget for this year was 10,000. It looks like it's going to be a lesser number. Compromised, maybe it's overstated, maybe not. But again, I'm looking for feedback in terms of anything that the commission thinks should be added to or deleted from the commission budget.
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. For the $8,000 line item for travel, how does that split between 5 commissioners? What's the allocation?
The old
rationale?
practice was to have a separate budget line for each commissioner. I thought that was burdensome, so it's just meant to be, it's not divided this time. It can be divided if the commission deems to be appropriate. My thought, for better or worse, usually for most of this, usually it's kind of group travel and not worth the differentiation, but it certainly can be done that way if that's the desire of the commission.
Okay, so it was the recommendation to leave it, I guess, open-ended? Mr. Anika?
I'm sorry?
You said it was a recommendation?
Yeah, as I said, we never, as best of my knowledge, we never sit down with the commission and say, what are your needs? Where we do that with every department head. So I'm trying to get some feedback to see if, more particularly if I've missed any category that comes to mind that should be included.
The reason why I ask is because I'm looking at previous year's allocations, and I'm looking at the $5,000 amount. Of course, that's easily divided when you look at 5 commissioners, budget, but looking at the line item, looking at 8,000 and seeing that it was, I guess, there was some conversation around 10,000, it was dropped down. But looking at those numbers, being $8,000. It's not as easily, so that's why I brought it up. Maybe we can look at segmenting it, or I don't know.
Well, if it's agreed that 8,000 is the right number, we can set up a budget of 1,600 for each commissioner and the mayor.
Okay.
If that's the preference.
All right.
And Mr. Anthony, our charter states that each commission is supposed to get $200 a month.
Yes, sir.
That
We
is
talked
not-
about that a moment ago.
That's not reflected in this budget. I see 200 total, 300 total for the mayor, and 1,200 total for all elected officials. In previous budget, that was 2,400 for that line, and 9,600 for the entire commission. Could you explain? I know that the Financial Oversight Board made that recommendation, which went against our charter, but due to the time period at that moment, we accepted that as a commission. But if we are talking about reinstituting all staff salaries and all these events and all those other things, I think it's important that we abide by our charter in regards to those numbers.
Okay. Yes, sir. No, I'm quite familiar with the 2,400 per or 200 per month. I looked at past usage of it and seen none. I just put in a placeholder number, but we'll put it back up to what the charter says.
Yeah, I know I personally have not utilized it due to when I first got in as elected official, I didn't have it. So I've worked along with it. But that doesn't mean that my colleagues should not have that ability. If we are talking about being making everything back to the norm. So
Yes, sir.
I don't
Understood.
think that should be an exception. So, um, any other question, Vice Mayor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, I do agree. I think my question is, and again, we just got the book, so I'm really just trying to flip and read through it. So pardon the questions. The monthly allowance, is this outside of the salary? Okay, so I didn't, what, can someone explain that to me?
It's meant to be justified with receipts. It's meant for each of the commissioners to use within the community, working with the community, but it's meant to be documented in terms of turning in receipts to justify receiving the allowance. Doesn't come automatically, I don't believe, is my understanding.
And Madam Clerk or Madam Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, if there's any cost that is incurred by us as commission in our official duties, we have up to $200 that we can get reimbursed. So as long as we submit those receipts, we can get reimbursed for any cost that we make and within our official duties. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Okay.
Mr. Anthony, and just for, I see this scholarship program here. I'm glad to see this back in place. This will be guided by the scholarship policy that we passed a few years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this will be properly marketed and through PR, the application, the online registration, all of those things will be taken care of to properly promote this scholarship program.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. Again, as I mentioned before, I'm prepared to go through this in a lot of detail at some point when it becomes overwhelming. I'll be glad to accept redirection in terms of what best meets everybody's needs. Again, this is the city manager's budget, and I've just highlighted the two items that are the biggest numbers there. Education costs for development of his office staff. And as city manager, he is affiliated with probably half a dozen different organizations at state and county levels. So that's why that number is so big. That is discreetly identified. It is in the notes in the budget book. So unless there are any questions in regard to this, I'll move on to the next one. Next slide, please. Non-department. This is really where we collect all the charges that don't seem to relate to any particular function.
Oh, hold on.
I'm sorry.
You went past the city manager's budget. Could you explain this extra staff within the city manager's budget and the need for it? Yeah, could you explain the extra staff's needs?
I can start, but I suspect the city manager will probably weigh in sooner rather than later. But
So first, the city manager's allocation of staffing was several slides ago. It was covered several slides ago. It's not even covered, the conversation's covered in the slides, but the changes, the significant changes as far as staffing for the city manager is also covered in several slides ago. I don't know if Mr. Anthony wants to go back that far.
I can talk to it.
Yeah, you can speak to it and then I'll answer any of your questions, but that several slides ago, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, what was on the headcount chart that we looked at a while ago, excuse me, it showed one full-time position. That would be that position of the legislative aide currently in the city clerk's office, being moved into the city manager's office and being backfilled in the clerk's office by an executive assistant. And then it had two part-time people. One was labeled a special assistant to help on projects such as the CARES Act programs and things of that nature. And the second one was a part-time purchasing aide to assist in dealing with the various purchasing issues that we're dealing with. So it's one full-time, two part-time people.
All right. So Mr. Manager, could you, I guess, explain how these part-time positions will work? You say one is for special services and the other one is for purchasing. Like we're gonna have a part-time person over purchasing?
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, as you may know, the city has had challenges as far as purchasing goes. Upon meeting with staff, the recommendation was to bring on a part-time purchasing officer to assist with RFPs and the various purchasing issues that we occur. Also, it was advised by the city attorney's office to have somebody assist with purchasing because the city's attorney's office was dealing with a lot of items in regards to purchasing issues that were agenda items. So I felt it was prudent to add that position on a part-time basis to see how it works. And then from there, maybe accelerate to a full-time position in a budget amendment. That's one position. Do you have any questions about any other position?
Yes, yeah, that one in particular, I've never really heard of a city government with a part-time purchasing. Usually we have a purchasing or procurement office. So, because we go through a lot of RFPs, and a lot, so, yeah, I'm understanding how that will work, for a part-time person with all the RFPs we have going out, especially with these infrastructures. So that's number one. Then there was another special assistant for, I think it was CARES Act funding or something like
Yeah,
that. But we're
does-
not getting any CARES Act funding this year.
That was an example of how that person is currently working. Doesn't mean that would be doing that type of work forever.
So we have an individual within the that will be within the manager's office that will assist with special projects such as LIHEAP and various other social services issues. As we have been made aware, as my office has been made aware since I've been here, that we've had a gap as far as dealing with social services within the city. And so this person will spearhead the social services arm of the city and assist in getting programming, funding, and various things in regards to social service programming, community outreach, and various other programming. Again, these positions are in a part-time basis because number one, we're trying to save revenue. I did not want to have a lot of overhead as far as full-time staffing and personnel. Okay. Purchasing is a matter that I have a budget administrator and I have a executive assistant that's very well versed in purchasing. We thought it would be prudent to bring somebody in to assist us in RFPs and reviewing the various different things. And as far as purchasing goes overall, we don't have a lot of RFPs like most cities have. Yes, we've seen a large number of RFPs that come before the commission recently because we're kind of like fixing and rebuilding. But once the RFPs are established, these are multi-year RFPs. So every year is not going to be the same number of RFPs issued that the city will be issuing. Right now, we have several contracts that are expired, and that's why you're seeing an increase in RFPs. Again, we're bringing these positions in on a part-time basis as a trial to see if it's something that is totally necessitated or needed as far as a full-time position goes, or will it work with somebody coming in part-time working with Mr. Anathan and Ms. Lawson and navigating the RFP process for the city. And again, I explained the purpose of the part-time special assistant and dealing with social service programs, and other outreach programs, also assisting the directors with their various tasks, reviewing items on my behalf, meeting with the directors on any special projects or initiatives that I assign her to assist the various directors with subject matter. This person would be very high level and would be able to provide direction and assistance based on my direction to the various departments in regards to special programming, social services, grants, and various other tasks. And I think that's very essential, especially in my department, to get that type of assistance. Understand other city managers' offices are structured differently. You have some cities, including this city, used to have 2 assistant city managers. You have a city that has a city manager, city manager, and chief of staff. So I didn't want to bring all these top-heavy positions in and structure my office the way as other cities do because we don't have the money to do so. If I was to do that, then that would be a huge increase in regards to spending as the city is concerned. So we're just trying to bring these positions in to be helpful to the city and not bring in a lot of overhead as far as these large paying positions that other cities have. So yes, Mr. Mayor, you do have cities that have full-time procurement officers or purchasing officers. That is true. The city went for a significant amount of time without having a purchasing officer, and we found no issues with the processes that we've been having as far as purchasing and RFP process goes. There's been no major hiccups. There've been no major errors that have been done. And we've been operating without a purchasing officer for quite some time. So to bring somebody in part-time to be a bit of assistance, I don't see an issue with.
And this movement of the legislative aid from the clerk's office to your office, could you break that down? And Madam Clerk, could you also speak on that? Because I actually like where the legislative aid is at.
First, for clarification, the clerk, me and the clerk have an extensive conversation. So I will speak on this. This is not something that the clerk desired. This is something that I recommended because right now, what the legislative aid is doing is more high-level work that an executive assistant would be doing on behalf of members of the commission, requesting flyers, setting up events, setting up meetings, being involved in meetings. That's the job of an executive assistant. So I felt that the legislative aid would be better utilized in my department to still provide assistance to the commission, but at a higher level, as well as assisting my department with the development of legislation that the commission wants. So when the future agenda items come up, he can work on those future agenda items himself because he'd be assigned to my office. So he can work on developing those future agenda items. He work on coordinating meetings outside the city as far as activities and various other needs of my office. And I think he'll be better suited under my office in order to do those things. If you were to monitor the work of legislature currently, the work he's doing is a high level executive assistant. I feel Mr. Grice has a lot of opportunity and potential to go to higher levels with the level of challenges the city has. So I just want to be able to utilize him in a way that is more needed based on his position and salary and title. So I think that was prudent to be done. And I thought it was prudent to also provide an executive assistant for the city clerk to still provide those high-level executive city assistant services to the commission. So I don't see a lapse in services to the commission. And I also see an increase in productivity in regards to developing legislation and other items on behalf of the commission because that person would be in the manager's office. We've always had this great debate since I've been here, who's responsible for developing legislative items on behalf of the commission. And it's always been, it's the city manager's office responsibility to do so. So I want to move him over to my office to assist in doing that. Since it's my office's responsibility, I don't want to put that burden on the city clerk. So I'm going to move him over to my office so he can work on those appropriate legislative items as you all direct me to do them as the legislative aid to the city. And he still will have direct contact with the commission. He still will be working on with the commission on various initiatives that are legislative related, not special event related, but legislative aid. He's a legislative aid. So I want him to do the definition of what his job is. So that is where I'm at with that subject. At the end of the day, the commission can always do a line item amendment to the budget and move that person back to the clerk's office. But I felt it was prudent to move him to my office. I was going to do it last year. I waited to evaluate things. I feel it's more prudent now to move him to my office more now than any time at the time of the city, especially with the recovery we're dealing with as far as CARES Act, as far as the legislative request that you recently put in, Mr. Mayor, as far as the junkyard fires and doing research on that and what legislation can we pass. That's stuff he can work on. And like I said, it's better suited in my office just based on having the conversation during agenda briefings. Who's responsible for developing items for the commission? It's always the city manager's office. So I want him to work for my office in order to develop those legislative items and do other tasks that are high level to his level of expertise and his level of salary.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
your thoughts on this change?
I'm sorry?
Could you share your thoughts on this switch from your legislative aid from your office to city manager's office?
As long as, which it is budgeted for, I get as administrative assistant to perform administrative work for the mayor and commission.
All right. I'm of the opinion I will be putting an amendment to keep it the way it is, so.
Mr. Mayor, may you
for-
state, since we're in a budget meeting right now, can you state your reasons of why you disagree with that occurring? Is that more, is there a technical reason or is there a personal reason to this? Because this is positions are moved around all the time in the budget under different divisions. We do restructuring all the time. And for my edification, I would like to know exactly what you disagree with, because maybe I'll make the move right now and tell Mr. Anthony to make the change. So if you can tell me and articulate why you feel, because I haven't heard anything from your colleagues yet. If you can articulate why you feel Mr. Grice should not be moved from the clerk's office to my department, it will be greatly appreciated. And I think it will be productive to this conversation.
A few years ago, I actually championed to get a legislative aide in the clerk's office, the position. And we passed a budget, and that was the decision that was made. And I think it was working out very well. So this explanation you give, this has not given enough credence for that change of this budget that's approved by the commission.
So because you championed this, because you championed getting a legislative aide, and that person is there in your office, mind you, it mainly works for you, by the way. If you look at the division of work, you feel that position should stay because that is a position that you recommended and that you instituted. So it's a personal, professional, personal, political reason of why you want to do this, not functional. Because the reason I'm want to make the change is a functional reason.
Mr. Manager, legislative aide is a very common position, and it is very common for it to be in the clerk's office. It is that is the way it is in a city of Miami Gardens. It's the way it is in other municipalities. So this is anything personal. Please do not move into that direction. That is not, it is a position. And it is very common for a mayor and also a commission to have a legislative aide. And when we had those discussions as a commission a few years ago, it was determined that we would like to have a legislative aide within the clerk's office. So that has been working out. And right now, I do not say I hear your explanation, but it is a very common practice. So please do not make it more than what it is. That is a very common practice for the clerk's office to have a legislative aide that works for the mayor and commission. That is it. This is not a big deal. Let's continue to move. And if the amendment fails, it fails. But that's what I am suggesting. And I'm letting that be known. Any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager.
The clerk's office needs more administrative support to transcribe minutes and do the work that the clerk needs to be done in a way that's orderly, efficient, and effective. This is why I'm backfilling the position with the executive assistant that still will provide services to the commission. I would love to see a breakdown of work that Mr. Grice is currently working on. And you compare it to what a legislative aide does for a city. And you're comparing us to Miami Gardens. We're not the size of Miami Gardens, nor do we have the complexity of Miami Gardens. But we can use that as an example. Every day, and I'm just going to leave it at this, and I'm going to be done with it. This commission holds me to the fire to get work done and have staff do work in an efficient and effective manner based on their job description and the duties they do on an everyday basis. This move is to empower Mr. Grice to do the full expectations of what a legislative aide does and do the work of the commission. Currently, any and all items that come from the commission in regards to items related to research, in regards to items related to legislation, related to direct guidance of action, comes through my office. I do not have the proper administrative support to do these legislative related actions. So it's my thought process. I can't assign Mr. Grice to do work because he works for the clerk's office. So I can assign him to do work if he works for me. So everything you all request currently comes to my office, and I don't have a legislative aide to do the work. I don't have an aide to do research. Right now, my executive assistant does legislative research. So that is my thought process and rationale, and I would like to hear from your colleagues. And again, if your colleagues say, Mr. Manager, listen, this is what it is, we'll make the change before this budget book even hits the agenda for next week. We'll make the change, because I don't want to put something out there that's not going to work out and turn to a line item debate or anything like that. So if your colleagues say they want to keep him in the clerk's office, I'm perfectly fine with that, and I can move on. But I'm trying to do this based on efficiency purposes only. And we're in a workshop. This is the place to discuss it.
Any comments?
Mr. Mayor,
From Commissioner Davis?
thank you. I was here when we actually proffered the idea of bringing on a legislative aide within the clerk's office, and that was partly due simply to the simple fact because prior to that, we didn't have any assistant outside of the whatever was being provided by the clerk. I do think the position, at least in my short experience, has streamlined a lot of the I guess concerns through the clerk's office, as well as enhance the relationship with the commission and efficiency of our work. The administrative assistant position has already been budgeted, correct?
Yeah.
And that's within the clerk's office, Mr. Manager.
Yes, that'd be an executive assistant. So it's not a basic administrative assistant. It's a high-level executive assistant, and it is already budgeted for the clerk's office currently.
Okay, executive assistant. All right. And the legislative aide position, we're going to move to the manager, under your office, Mr. Manager.
Correct.
In your opinion, do you feel that you need, the need is more legislative versus executive?
No, I already have executive support through Ms. Lawson, who's my executive assistant. This is more legislative support. Again, my rationale is this. Since I've been here, and I think the clerk can attest that I've had many debates during agenda briefings in regards to future agenda items, who's responsible for producing the items and doing the research. In every conversation that I've had, Commissioner Davis, I've been told, Mr. Manager, you're responsible, your office is responsible for developing the legislation. Your office is responsible for doing the research, et cetera, et cetera. So I've always had the question, well, what's the purpose of having a legislative aide in the clerk's office if they're not doing legislative work? If you can tell me how much legislative work Mr. Grice has given an output since he's been here, and you can say it's a great benefit to the commission, he's been doing legislative work, then I will leave it alone. But at this point, any future agenda item, anything you guys bring to me, all Mr. Grice does is send me a note saying, Mr. Manager, this was discussed at the commission meeting and your office is required to do this. Other than that, there's no further support that he provides us. And it's my staff that has to put this legislation together, but this person's a legislative aide. That's defined the position. So all I'm saying is, since all this work is being put off on my office, as far as developing legislation and doing legislative research and doing other work, why not have the legislative aide report to me? If we can agree on this day as today, that moving forward, Mr. Grice will assist in developing legislation, that you all come up with future agenda items and other items that you guys want to sponsor, then I'll drop the subject. But I know during the many conversations that I've been through since the year and a half I've been here, almost 2 years, it's always been put on my office. But if we can agree today that he will do the legislative work and the development of the legislation on behalf of the commission, and do the research and do the outreach and do the additional tasks that my office always has to do, then I'll drop it. I'll take the executive assistant out the budget, I'll move him back, and I will leave it alone if we can agree to that. But I doubt that's gonna happen.
I mean, I don't see a problem with the position moving, considering the fact that, you know, it'll bring some value to your office and streamline many other activities that are involved in the commission. But I think, you know, I share the mayor's concern as well of you know, taking that resource out of the clerk's department, the clerk's office, and ultimately replacing with an executive assistant, which I'm assuming will fulfill similar responsibilities. Is there any other recommendation, any other alternative that you know have we looked at potentially promoting internally to the executive assistant position as opposed to
So
and then maybe advertising for a legislative aide, since, you know, he's been in the role, he's been in the position, he's been, you know, doing it for a number of years, and ultimately, you know, have built relationships, has already been doing that work. I think, you know, that might be an easier option. I don't know
So I will say
if
this.
we discuss those alternatives. I'm sorry.
So I will say this, and then I'll drop the conversation. I don't need an executive assistant. I need a legislative aide to work on legislation and do legislative work. And based on the definition of what I need, that is what Mr. Grice can provide. It's an outstanding professional development growth for him. I think he would do more work and be more efficient and effective as far as staffing is concerned under my office. The work, Commissioner, that is being done right now by Mr. Grice is very high level executive assistant work. That's why I proffered hiring an executive assistant, not administrative assistant, but executive assistant to that office to provide a high level of work. He's a young man that can grow professionally, and I believe he can do more. And he has the institutional knowledge to help. And also, understand, just because he's coming under my office doesn't mean that you all don't have some more support from him. You guys still can communicate with him your needs, because he's going to be working on items for you all, let it be agenda items, legislative items, or whatever. He's still going to be working on those items on behalf of you all. So this is not where I move him to my office and I cut him off and you all have no contact. You all still have that level of contact with him. But then I can put additional tasks and duties to him as far as doing legislative research and doing the work that the commission does. Again, I've been contemplating this for the last 8 months. I wanted to do it last budget year, I decided not to do it. And the simple fact is, before the new commission came on, we had agenda briefings, and we always ask who does the legislative work, who drafts the legislation on behalf of the commission when they have sponsored items. And the answer has always been, Mr. Manager, it's your office's responsibility. So that's the only reason I want to make the change. So he can actually come to my office and do the work, because where he's at right now, he's not going to be able to do that work because it's not allowed. And honestly, Commissioner, the type of work that he is doing now, a high-level executive assistant can do. And all I want to do is challenge Mr. Grice to do above and beyond what he's doing and do things at a higher level and do more extensive work on behalf of the city in the same capacity, but just under the manager's office.
Well,
And another option is, if the commission feels like Mr. Grice is of value to the commission, he can always be the executive assistant in the clerk's office upon applying for the position.
right.
And then I can just hire executive.
But that was the point I was making, which was he's already doing those similar functions that that we're already looking to hire within the clerk's office. So I think it's not really, a recommendation that should come from the commission, even though I feel that we should have input, but more of a conversation with the employee to, to discuss ultimately, how he see his future within the city. Do he, want to play more of a position in the clerk's office, kind of an executive role, quasi, working with the elected body, or, if he wants to, kind of help fill in the gap of the legislative needs within the manager's office.
Mhm.
Um,
So-
I think that's not really, I mean, although we can recommend, I'm just going on the outside looking in and, see that he does work well with the clerk's department and and the like.
Yeah.
But I think that's more of an internal conversation
Yeah,
that you and the
exactly.
manager
So
need
what
to
I
have
would say,
within-
what I would say is this. When we're talking about the budget, we're talking about positions. We're not talking about individuals. We're talking about positions. Okay? At the end of the day, I'm requesting a position of a legislative aid. That's what I am requesting. At the end of the day, if an employee says they don't want to hold that role within the manager's office or do anything, we have internal transfer opportunities for employees that work with us. We do it all the time. Okay, but at the end of the day, that in process, the clerk has to be involved in, and she has to be able to provide input in regards to that as well. So again, it's a conversation with the employee, but it's also a conversation with myself, it's a conversation with the clerk about what we want to do. I'm asking for legislative aid. The person can come over to our department in that role, or again, apply for another role that's open and take that position. It's up to that person. I need a legislative aid to do legislative work.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Taylor.
Mr. Manager, so the executive assistant in the clerk's office will be the executive assistant for the clerk.
I can have the clerk speak on that.
Mr. Mayor?
Madam Clerk.
No, it would actually be the executive assistant to the mayor and city commission.
And then the legislative aid in the manager's office will be both the legislative aid to the commission and the manager? Is that what you're saying?
So I don't deal with legislation. The manager, legislation is your level, you guys. So he would still be working with the commission as far as achieving your goals, as well as doing additional work and tasks.
So in other words, the commission will have both an executive assistant to deal with the clerk side and a legislative aide to deal with the management side.
Exactly.
Now, in regards to my colleague's point, did we offer that position to the employee to see if he wanted to stay as the executive assistant and not transfer over and just get the legislative aid?
Again, that's not we in the budget are only dealing with positions, not names.
And I think that's what.
Yeah, we're
the
only
name
dealing
keep
with
coming up.
positions.
That's why I asked.
I will not make any movement unless I'm not going to force anybody to work for me. That's the first thing. That's not my goal.
So the executive assistant will fulfill the same needs that the legislative aide. So basically what we're doing is changing titles and then adding another title to the management office, correct?
You're adding a position to the clerk's office to replace the legislative aide that provides support to you all. So I want to make sure the commission still has the appropriate level of support
Okay.
through the clerk's office. That's why this person will be executive assistant to the mayor and the city commission.
And then the legislative aide will be the legislative aide to the commission and the manager.
Yes, so he'll be working on you all's work. So the work that I get from the commission that you alls provide, for example, all the memos that are requested, he'll be working on that. That person, whoever it is, will be working on the memos that are requested through the commission, the legislation of the commission, any dealings with elected officials that may intertwine with the manager's office. He'll be dealing with those things as well. So again, there's a lot of requirements that the commission puts on the city manager's office that this person will be handling. So I feel like whoever it is, it's a great opportunity as far as development and growth. Again, this office, my office, has always been restricted on who handles legislation and who handles legislative research and various different things like that. So this is really where that comes from.
Any further questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams?
I'm going to be real brief. The conversation is going past. I am actually okay one way or the other, which direction the position goes, or I would say the employee. However, I would like if it does flip, that that we have that replacement in place first before the switch happens, because I do think that there has to be someone there to assist the commission before that switch happens. And also, I think that there needs to be a detailed outline of those job requirements, so that what's the title?
Executive assistant.
Executive assistant, thank you. Executive assistant is not heavily overloaded by one or two commissioners or two people on the dais, or one on the dais, but that everyone is shared equally, and that those requirements are detailed and outlined. And I think for me, that's most important, because that's most important for me right now. Thank you.
All right, hearing no further questions, we may proceed.
Next page. Okay, next page, please. This one's a little hard to read, but let me read it for you if I may. You've got a top line there, which is called other. This is a department that is kind of a collection of charges that don't relate to any particular department. The top line, other professional services, includes the public information function, grant writing services, and by the way, the city got a new grant today through the grant writer that you hired 6 months ago. Also will include, proposed to include, $50,000 for a strategic plan facilitator and $25,000 to be responsive to the operational audit, which says to get some sort of internal audit services. We don't feel the city's in a position to bring somebody on full time. The concept is to go out to possibly a CPA firm or something like that to hire that. So that's what you have in that top line there, called other professional services. The next one is just citywide electricity and water bills. It is what it is. It's not managed. It happens. We try to make sure we have the right number in there. As you come down, you'll see the number 75,000 for paid out leave. That has occurred several times this year. We've had to increase the budget amendment up to the point where it is now a double-digit or triple-digit number. This, again, is for future employees, when they leave employment with the city, they'll have accrued leave that they get to cash out. That's meant to cover that. The next one is what we pay for the 4 cameras that are set up within the city, red light camera monitoring service. And then the last one is tax payments. Primarily, it covers 2 things. The first thing it covers is the city gets charged for its own fire hydrant assessments, and it shows up there. And then secondarily, with putting the stormwater charges on the property tax bill, the city's also going to incur stormwater charges, which will be paid through that line right there. So that's the composition within non-department.
And there was a question about the red light camera debt. Could you go into detail about how much, where we are in terms of our red light camera debt? And are we paying with the red light camera funds just what we owe the service provider in the state, or are we using those funds to actually pay down the debt that we have incurred?
And so that's a 2-part answer. I think since 1 October of 2019, I believe, the city has made the payments as they're intended to, pass through the funds that they get from the red light camera service. They go to the state. I think initially they were being batched together. I think they're being done on a much more frequent basis at this point. I think the other question you're asking is about the the one that ex-Commissioner Kelly was talking about in terms of debts. And I believe that number is somewhere around $2.5 to $2.7 million. Some correspondence was sent to the state looking for guidance for them. And they have basically come back and said, you need to figure out what you owe. And at this point, it's, there's still a lot of work that has to be done. We have some sense of what was provided to the city to be passed on to the state. It's not clear how much. I think feedback is that the city may have, and I'm talking prior to October 1, 2019, possibly made more payments than the city was aware of at that time. It's not a number that's been pinned down. There's been no further discussion with the state in terms of identifying the exact amount and then what might be entailed in terms of a payment plan. So it has progressed a little bit in terms of communication with the state, feedback from the state, but has not progressed beyond that point at this time. So I think the answer to your question is there's somewhere around $2.6 million that's under discussion at this point.
I think it's important. And we receive how much in revenue from the red light camera?
The portion the city gets is approximately, let's say, $1.1 million right now.
Okay, and that's after 1.1 million after we don't have, after paying the state.
Yes, sir.
And
That's
also
part. If we're getting 1.1, the state's probably getting about 1.2 to 1.3. They get a little bit more, and that is being paid as received.
few years ago when we discussed this red light camera, our citizens were unsupportive of this program, and we told them that we would keep it in place to pay back that debt that we owe. And I am concerned about not having a payment schedule for that debt because that extends the time in which we can make the decision to remove that program. So could we get some type of clarity on when we'll be able to pay back that debt? Because it is a priority to remove those red light cameras from the city.
Yes, sir.
Or at least have that discussion at the time.
The
But I
discussion
think
needs
it's
to be had
important.
because I think it's got to be resolved with the state, exactly how much is involved and what are the most favorable terms that they're willing to allow the city in terms of paying it back.
So,
That discussion really hasn't been held yet with the state.
so, Ms. Anthony,
Please.
if I may.
Please.
So the city has been in contact with the state of Florida Department of Revenue, I believe, in regards to the red light camera debt. The city sent a formal notification requesting to discuss the debt and come up with some type of payment plan. At that point, we received a response in regards to the matter. As far as the validity of the debt, they said they have to audit it on their end. But if it's debt that needs to be paid back, they don't have the authority to authorize a forgiveness of debt, but they will be doing the appropriate research. So we did submit the appropriate documentation and appropriate request to the Department of Revenue. Secondly, I've said this again. I don't know any city nearby us that doesn't have a red light camera program, and to promise residents that we're going to approve a program that only 3% of our residents get citations for, I think, again, without proper research is not advisable. We just cannot go out and say we're going to get rid of a program after debt is paid if we don't even have the proper research or realization of how many debts are affected by the program. It's only 3%. The majority of people that get tickets are people outside of Opa-locka, and that is a generation of revenue. And so understand, if we come to a point where we cut off this program, that's funding that we have to recover. And that's another $1.1 million that we have to recover. My thought process is to expand the red light camera program, not to get rid of it. We have intersections in other areas of the city that would be useful to have a red light camera program. You know, so I think we have to kind of be careful when we say we made a promise to get rid of red light camera program. We're gonna hold it off until the debt is paid. Uh, that is something that is very much a harsh repercussion to the city financially as far as revenue goes. As far as the debt, we're working on it. We don't have like I said, Florida Department of Revenue does not have the authority to waive the debt. The only individual that has authority to waive that debt is the state legislature and the governor's office. Either through the state legislator or through guidance through the governor's office, those are the only entities that are able to waive that debt. I know the executive inspector general has been placed and copied on all these correspondence that we made with various state departments in regards to the debt. And I know we're going to work on repaying the debt, but we were told to hold off on repaying the debt until a solid payment plan is put in place. Focus on our current debt, which we have been focusing on since October 1st of 2019 is when we started focusing on that. A little bit shortly before I got here through the previous city manager. And since I've been here, we've been paying the debt on time. We'll provide the appropriate correspondence. I have Ms. Lazier put together a report because I think that is noteworthy of a report that the commission should receive and have knowledge of. So I have Ms. Lazier put that together for you all. But we're being advised not to repay that debt until we have a solid understanding of what's going on. At this point, the state of Florida is not coming after the city for the debt. There is no garnishment of any funds of the city that is getting from the state. And I know we're working through that issue as best as we possibly can. But at one time, and I think this is what's confusing, and I will put this on the record, my predecessor started repaying down the debt without realizing the impact it would have on departmental operations. So I understand the sentiments of the mayor in regarding repaying the debt, because my predecessor did start back repaying the debt and did make the appropriate payments. Mind you, payments that the state of Florida never acknowledged. We were just wiring money to the state of Florida without a payment plan, without any type of documentation or guidance in regards to it. We were just willy-nilly just sending money to the Department of Revenue, paying back money, and we're being called and asked, what is this money for? Because they don't have any set debt schedule other than the red light camera debt. They didn't even know where the money is coming from. When we made the inquiry with the Department of Revenue, they were quite surprised that we reached out to them in regards to the debt. And they said, wait a minute, we have to do our research in regards to it because we're not even aware of this debt. So understand the mayor's sentiments and understand some of you all's sentiments. But I think before we start repaying this money back, we need to have direct guidance of, number one, acknowledging the money is being paid back, having a set agreement that this commission passes with the state of Florida in regards to repaying debt. Nobody here that I know just starts repaying debt without having a notice from the creditor, and somebody acknowledging the payment, because we're just throwing it to a checking account and the state's like, okay, thank you for the funds. What are they for? So let's get some type of document. And what's been advised of us is to do that. Let's get a document to memorialize and really audit and say what the debt truly is. Right now, we're throwing numbers out there. Oh, it's this number, it's that number, or it's around this. Let's have them figure out what the dollar amount is, because it's their onus, because we owe them. Let them figure out what the dollar amount is. Then let's come to an agreement. We'll look at our finances, and an appropriate agreement be executed with the commission. At this point, we're told not to even incorporate that debt in the budget currently until it is properly identified. And those questions could be asked during the Financial Emergency Board hearing or meeting next Friday, if it may be, if my word is not good enough for that. So we've been receiving, like I said, we've been working with the state of Florida, receiving guidance in regards to the debt, and we're making progress. The progress we're making is we're paying the current debt. The city for years didn't pay anything. So we're doing it now. We're fulfilling our obligation. But to say after this debt is paid, we're going to get rid of red light program, when we have Miami Gardens and all our neighboring cities have a red light program that's promoted for safety. Yes, we get revenue for it, but it's promoted for safety reasons. That's the purpose of it. So to advise, oh, we may be getting rid of a red light camera program, I find is I wouldn't advise it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
May I, excuse me, may I add one point to that, please? Excuse me for losing my voice. Last year, there was a lot of discussion, why can't the city have a millage rate down in the 7 point something or other and so forth? The point that I tried to make at that time is the cities that do that have several alternate sources of income within the general fund. This city has a very limited number of alternate revenue sources. In fact, I showed you a slide that only identified 4 of them. If this one disappears, it just puts that much more pressure on the millage rate again. So that's a statement really discussed a year ago.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
On we go. Okay. All right. So we have now, I think there's no discussion on non-department, or maybe there was. We're going to leave it unless there's some further questions. City Clerk's Office, very straightforward budget. There we go. Essentially, her only major expenditure is legal advertising. So as I said, a very straight budget. So we'll move on unless there are any questions. By the way, I should point out, and again, I apologize you didn't get those books much sooner. For every one of a page like this, there'll be a page behind it that has all the underlying detail to the extent that there really is detail to expand upon. So that information will be available for you division by division. City Attorney's Office, the direction we got on that was same course, same speed. That's what you're looking at there. As you know, it's very hard to budget for this type of activity. So the direction was to use exactly what we used this year.
Mr. Anderson, as far as the city, if you can go back to the city attorney.
Yes, sir.
So we're using numbers we used last year as a budgetary gauge.
That has been the marching order since I've been here. Yes, sir. Just keep
March
using
order from who?
City Attorney.
So we can't get a projection of what was spent last year in legal fees or anything like that. We're just gonna go with the fee from last year or the dollar amount from last year. We have expenditures that we made. Well, we're still catching up on the expenditures because we're still paying legal bills.
Understood.
From the last legal bill that we paid is for what month?
That I'm aware of would be May of 2020.
So the last legal bill that the city has paid is May of 2020. So we're actually behind in paying legal bills. So we cannot truly budget for the city attorney's office because they still have bills in 2020 that are in the last budget year that have not even been submitted and paid. So just to say go with the number we did last year without any true projection, I don't think it's favorable at all whatsoever. And I think the commission would want to know a little bit more defined than any detail. I guess without the bills not being current, I guess it's more difficult to gauge that because again, we haven't had any. We still have paying statements from 2020, so we don't even have 2021 statements. Nothing from 2021. No, so nothing for this budget year. Have we received any legal bills for the current budget year that we're in?
No, sir. But what I've seen so far, okay, point well taken. But for last year, for FY20, I'm not seeing enough that would suggest that the number of 645,000 is going to be blown through. I don't know, as you said, the last bill was May of 2020.
So we have not even received a legal bill for this budget year. So this budget year is about to end, and we have not received any legal year bills for this budget year. And we're making a projection to go and use the same amount for next year. But that's on that. I just, every budget we see some type of change or over under or something, but just to use the exact same number, I just don't find it to be feasible. If I did that to every line in the budget, the city commission would be on top of me asking me, Mr. Manager, how are you going and using the same numbers from last year when you actually have budgetary projection? But I understand you don't have a budgetary projection because we are still paying bills for the last budget year. So I understand that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Next one, please. Human resources, I've highlighted a couple big ones. You see within other contracted services, $83,000 within the write-up for the HR division. There's a commentary that they, in fact, are going to start using a very sophisticated ADP system that will really allow them to upgrade their game in terms of what's available to them in managing resources. So that's the primary driver of that $83,000. The other couple that I've highlighted, the HR director wants to certainly make more recognition of employees that may have been done the last couple of years due to budget constraints. So you see the $11,200 number in there. That there is a program in place right now for $1,200. Let me state it differently: $100 a month, $50 to each of 2 employees. That is a recognition program. Wants to expand upon that in terms of service awards, other employee appreciation things. And down below, you see highlighted the employee training number. She would like to expand that activity very significantly over what she's been able to do for the last couple of years. So that's the underpinnings of that number. Oh, I should point out the $7,000 for the computer is to set up a small computer center within HR for allowing employee training and also for onboarding employees. Next slide, please. Finance, the big numbers. The assumption here is that the department will be fully staffed by 1 October and that Tri-Merge will do what they have to do and be gone as of July 1st of 2023. The $270,000 is first and foremost other professional services. That represents the Tri-Merge activity. The accounting number reflects the anticipation that there will be 2 audits next year for both the FY20 and the FY21, and everything else is small numbers. So that's the underpinnings of that budget.
Just for record's sakes, are you presenting the budget on behalf of the directors for time's sake, or is this the new tradition?
No, it's for time's sake, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Community development, the large expense there is in other professional services. That's that EAR report. I forget what EAR is. It's part of the comprehensive plan done every 7 years. So that's the primary number on that. Building licenses, which you see there is what we discussed before. There, in fact, it does reflect a portion of the community development, excuse me, community development director being paid in this department as well, given that's now his responsibilities. Also reflects 2 additional permitting clerks and also additionally a full-time minimum housing inspector as per our prior discussion.
Mr. Anthony, for time's sake, and this is a question for the commission. Would the commission like us to go through every division, even though we gave a high-level overview in previous slides? Do you guys want us to continue to go over division to division, even though we already mostly discussed these things at high level already? For time purposes, again, my staff and myself don't have no problem being here as long as we need to be, but for time's sake, for the commission, I'm just asking.
Floor is open for the commission. Any comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Taylor.
you know I'm going to say we don't need to do this because it's just repeating what's on the paper. So I think we can research this on our own, or if we have questions, we can come to you. That's what I propose.
Any other thoughts?
Well, for me, as a, since this is a, budget workshop, for a matter of record, I would want, the complete presentation. But if my colleagues are good with the overview, then I don't think it's necessary to go through the extended presentation. I hear from others.
All right. Vice Mayor, anything?
Although I do agree with my colleague, I do think that we do need to continue the process. This being my first budget workshop, it's quite important that I understand. I'm still dissecting again because the book we just got, so I'm in agreement that I would like to continue.
I'm also in agreement. Traditionally, these workshops are also for our public. It's a matter of record. And it's important that we go through these departmental budgets. Usually it's done by our department heads to go into details about what are the objectives and goals and how that dollar figure work. But this is the format now, so we may continue.
Let me go. Next page, please. That would be the police department. The things that I've highlighted there. One is compensation based on our conversation earlier tonight. The second one is the software. That's a very large portion of the budget. You can see it down there. It's $182,000. The education is not well defined at this point. Chief thinks he needs to have it to get the type of development he wants to do. So that's the $40,000 that you're seeing in that line. And then the last line item is that's been highlighted is your vehicle leases. That represents the 20 vehicles that are currently under lease with Enterprise, plus the intention to, or the recommendation to add another 5 during the course of FY22.
Could you speak to this software? I know I had a briefing with the police during this uptick of shootings across Miami-Dade County. And it was during that time that there was some software requirements that can assist with their development. And I would like to know whether or not that is in this budget. I think it was something doing with dispatch. I'm not sure, but could you go into more detail about that?
There is a list in your book on pages 89 and 90, but I can't speak to that specific one, so I'm going to defer to the IT director.
So no, the specific software that the mayor is speaking of is not in this budget. Miami-Dade County is in the process of RFPing out their dispatch CAD software. So we would not have a cost of what it would be for Opa-locka until Miami-Dade County finishes their RFP process. Once that's done, then we'll be able to have a price to provide how much it would cost Opa-locka to participate. So no, it's not currently in this budget year at this budget presentation, but I do see it being a budget amendment down the line. The budget something we don't know about or don't have even a projected cost on.
Could you go on and just explain what that software is, just for the edification of our public, and those very, very briefly, just so that we're aware about that potential cost and what may that potential cost be? Is that something that's $1,000 or is it $100,000? Because that can make a significant impact. Because from what I understand, it helps with addressing the crime significantly, from what I was briefed on, and I would like to make sure that if that is one of the strategies we're going to use to tackle and upgrade our responsiveness, then want to make sure we have the funds to do so.
Okay, so to be short, as you requested, Mr. Mayor, it's a computer-aided dispatch system that dispatchers use to dispatch police units and fire units and various emergency units to various locations. So when dispatchers get calls on the phone, they're able to transcribe information through the system so officers can receive it. Right now, we have a separate system than Miami-Dade County. So Miami-Dade County does dispatch for us. They enter calls through their CAD system, but because we're not connected to their CAD system, the work is redundant. So our dispatchers have to enter the same thing that the Miami-Dade County dispatchers enters in our system. Instead of it being seamless, where we're in one system, we can see what they enter. And an average computer-aided dispatch system for just one agency, and that's not going to be a protected cost for us, but just for edification, the system like that costs $500,000+, similar to upgrading our ERP system. but we're not talking about that for Opa-locka. Miami-Dade County would be borne that cost. Opa-locka will pay a lion's share to participate in the program, to upgrade, for us to have the same system they have. We had to pay for it because of workstations and various other IT licenses that are required for the running of the system. And so this ensures that officers actually get information in an instantaneous manner. Yeah, they're dispatched over the radio in an instantaneous manner. So they are able to be dispatched to calls in real time. The difficulty is when they go back and reference a call, it is based on information that our dispatchers entered and not necessarily Miami-Dade County. So it's redundant. So when you have redundancy, you have potential for errors. We're not saying errors actually occur, but there is a potential for errors if you're entering information twice. So that's where that comes from, just for the public's edification.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Next page, please. Code enforcement, you may remember from the headcount chart, there is one additional employee. You see a lot of growth year over year because they've had a lot of open positions this year, and the forecast represents the open positions. The other two significant lines there are other professional services. That's primarily special magistrate. And down below under lease, you see 18,000. Public Works Department has decided that the vehicles that code currently driving have hit the end of their useful life. That represents the leasing of 4 new trucks for code enforcement. Parks and Recreation. As I said at the outset, you have an extremely aggressive program going on now. In fact, it took 3 pages to show everything that's going on. The ones that I've highlighted, the special events, we've had that discussion a couple of times. What I failed to point out before is we had talked of each commissioner having a discretionary amount for his or her own personal use in terms of identifying special events of interest to that particular commissioner or the mayor. That is included in the number that you're looking at right now. There's 25,000 in there for what we're calling, for lack of a better word, discretionary events, and the remainder is the special event schedule, which you have seen previously for 21,000. The other things that are represented on this particular page are, well, 2 things. One, senior services program, 15,000. And there's another category, which I'm going to expand on the next slide, called other programs. The way the budget was packaged in the past, you didn't quite get an idea of where the particular efforts were going to be. So what you see here is in other programs, $51,955. That, I'll show you on the next slide, actually identifies particular programs that are envisioned to be conducted during this fiscal year. So if I can have the next page, please. These are programs that we have tried to, or the Parks and Rec has tried to capture in terms of all ends, so you get a sense of particular programs and what they might cost the city. So you can see the 2 that are most significant out of the $51,955 are your football programs and then your after-school programs. So that's, we thought this package might be more useful for you to understand how the money's being spent, as well as the public understanding how the money's being spent. So that's embedded in that prior page in the 51,000 and change number. Next page, please. Given that there's so much going on, we had to actually break it into 3 slides. Improvements other than buildings. Parks and Rec has actually identified about $600,000 of projects they think need to be done on playing fields within some of the buildings, some of the courts and so forth. Just to make it manageable, so we didn't bite off too much, we've limited to 200,000 this time. And also you see down at the bottom there, vehicle purchases. That represents 2 vans, one of which has lift capability, because the current vans are just deemed to be way beyond their useful life. So that's your full budget for Parks and Rec of $1,158,000.
On this vans, because I know we just purchased a van or a vehicle. Was it last year, the year before last? Is that vehicle not in operation anymore?
I will look to. It's not in operation.
So good evening, Mayor and Commissioner Delvin, Parks and Rec Director. The van that we want to purchase with the lift is for our seniors. Some of our seniors are in wheelchairs and some of them can't get quite up the stairs. So we need a lift for those individuals to get into our vans.
So the previous one didn't have a lift?
No, it just has stairs. We need one with a lift.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I thought we put-
Next slide, please. Okay, we're into Public Works Admin Office. This really, as you know, is just kind of where everything comes together so that when you look at their objectives and so forth, you really have to look at the other 7 or 8 divisions that report to it. The only things of really substantive nature here are twofold. One is in your compensation. The prior budget had allowed for what was called an operations manager to assist the public works director to try and take care of all the things in terms of overseeing the projects, doing whatever reports had to be done and so forth. Not a filled position, so in the forecast, you don't see that person. That person was also split part-time between general fund and the enterprise funds. We deemed for a lot of reasons be more appropriate for that person to be full-time in there. So that's why you see the $400,000 for compensation. The other number of noteworthiness is down below in computers. It's really more than just computers. It's also a video security system for Public Works main building. So that's of the 6, the computers are 6,600. The security systems are judged to be 30,000. Okay, very quickly, what is proposed in the building maintenance budget, I have identified 3 categories. The first one for other contracted services is the Public Works Director's aspiration to really go through all of the restrooms in the city, get all low flow toilets and so forth. That's represented by that $20,000. Within your building repair and maintenance, about 1/3 of it is identified routine maintenance. The other 2 is just responding as things may fail. So it's partly a managed number and partly a reactive number. Down below in building improvements, what's intended there is to part of the beautification program to actually paint 3 of the buildings, not including 780 Fishman Street. Next one, please. Roads and streets, very large growth in compensation. The headcount, I believe we added were 3. Again, that's part of the beautification program to really get on top of the things that have to be done with the trees and so forth. Within other contracted services, what we got there is within the 292,000, includes landscaping, tree trimming, irrigation repair, tree planting, and so forth. The last item under there is 92,000. I'm embarrassed to admit at the moment I forget what's in there. I think that is mostly is the it's payments on the pothole patching equipment, and also the intent to buy a bucket truck.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Taylor?
Mr. Anderson, going back really quick, for the building improvement, you said it was 3 buildings that they were gonna paint. That does not include 780 Fisherman. What are the 3 buildings?
The 780 Fishman, in fact, is the painting is proposed in that, but that's in the town center budget.
Okay, but what are the 3 buildings that they're gonna be improving?
I'm going to defer to the Public Works Director because I don't have that at fingertips.
Shabandi, Helen Miller, and Public Works Facility.
So this building, Public Works.
And Helen Miller Facility.
Okay, but what about Ingram How do we come?
Ingram Park just received paint projects to the buildings out there. We painted the restroom and the athletic facility a few months ago.
And that was completed?
It is completed, yes.
The whole park was painted?
The buildings at that park was painted. The park is not completed yet.
I was just about to say, because we were just out there and that place did not look painted.
We still working on the
We were
installation
literally
of the
just out there
lights.
for that event and so, but you said the park is not painted, the building is painted.
The building, the athletic facility has been painted.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner, did you actually go into the athletic facility to observe it being painted or not? Just out of curiosity, because maybe we're not doing an efficient job. So was it like actually observed? Or are you speaking of you speaking of the exterior of the building?
I'm speaking on what we saw when we was at the meet and greet, but he said it's not the park, it's just the building. Okay, I can honestly say I didn't look at the building specifically, but the pavilions and that other building on the
It's not
outside was not
completed.
painted. But he said it wasn't the park, so would that be included in that $60,000? Because
That
you
was
can't
not the-
appreciate it because the park. just
That was
looks
not the
around.
intent at this time because we still have some upgrades to do to those facilities in the park itself, like the pavilions, the new roofs and things like that, after which paint jobs will be done to those facilities.
Yes, sir.
So just to follow up through on that, is Ingram Park facility current open to the public? It is open to the public. All right. And do we have funding in the budget to do basics? There's graffiti on the pavilions. There's a top that's ripped. There's a lot of things on there that does not portray the level of image and excellence we would like to have in the city of Opa-locka. And we're wondering, is it budgeted to do those things, painting and cleaning up the fence and all those? Is that budgeted in this? And if so, where?
Well, we're currently doing the awnings. You guys approved the budget amendment for the awnings, so we're going to get those prepared. We're going to defer that grant for our courts to be resurfaced. So all of that stuff should be happening pretty soon.
So I think in particular what Commissioner Teller was speaking about is that pavilion where there is literal graffiti on the wall, on the pillars holding it, and on the floor. And we're wondering when will that be taken care of?
I would talk to our public works director because he's responsible for painting. So we'll get that conversation going to get those items done.
And that goes for the vines on the tennis court and all the things that make sure that park, if anybody can rent that park out, if they are renting those parks out and those facilities, if it's open, that it is up to par.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis.
I just want to kind of along the same lines, since we got public works and parks, the waterways at our parks. Last commission meeting, we had a resident bring up a concern about the trees that are located along our canal, such as Burlington and others, that have experienced overgrowth. Mr. Austin, in our public spaces, i.e. waterways, where does the responsibility lie when it comes to maintenance? I proposed a similar question to Miami-Dade County District 1's office as I work with them through waterways management. Can you tell me, I guess, where does the responsibility lie when it comes to maintenance?
For the maintenance for Miami-Dade County is for the shoreline that abuts the waterway. Outside of that area, it's the responsibility of Public Works. And pertinent to the question that was asked at last week meeting, the trees along Burlington Street have been trimmed up.
They have been trimmed.
Yes.
Okay. And so it's actually Miami-Dade County's responsibility since the trees are located on the banks.
On canal banks, yes.
Okay, because in my meeting, the conversation drifted, of course, to amending the MOU, which is we got 3 years left on a 5-year agreement. The county have, of course, agreed to extend more contingencies. So as other cities underutilize their water maintenance contingencies, we will be afforded the opportunity to use them ultimately as we see fit. So in addition to more contingencies for water cleaning, I also want to include the tree trimming as well if if it falls under the purview of Miami-Dade County.
Yes, it
So
does.
I'll make sure to include that as well. So thank you, Ms. Austin.
Mr. Manager, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
my apologies. Mr. Patterson, I just had a quick question, if you don't mind. And I do believe this might be the reason why the department heads will be instrumental in giving the presentation because of all these questions that we have. My question on the footnote detail on page 1, I know you don't have it in front of you. I'm not sure if you do, but you may, as I just bring this point up, you may be able to explain. Just my understanding of summer camp, I believe you've budgeted it very low in terms of senior services. It's been budgeted quite high. So I'm only saying because one of the line items is clothing. However, if I was a summer camp, I would be offering clothing to the children in terms of summer camp shirts so that they look uniform. So I think there's some things that you need to maybe go back and look at. Specifically for summer camp, you budgeted field trips for $3,000, and I can tell you that's not going to be. I mean, if we're moving into thinking about next year's summer camp, unless you're expecting the parents to pay for for these field trips, that's virtually impossible. So I'm thinking that you need to kind of like go back. If you're looking at after school programming, unless that's more of tutoring services, that's quite budgeted high as well. So looking at specific line items, I think that you need to like really make that stick. But I do think moving into next fiscal year and thinking about summer camp, that should be something that we should really make sure that we're very competitive with other neighboring summer camps, i.e. Bunch Park, because we've lost a lot of our students to Bunch Park. So I think that we need to really make sure, hone in on specifics of summer camp to make sure that it's at just as competitive as, and I know we're not going to be able to offer as much, but just to make sure that it is as competitive, and this is quite low. Okay,
Understood.
thank you.
Next slide, please. I think we already did this one. Vehicle maintenance, please. Next one. There we go. This basically is gas and oil, the highlighted line item. And to a certain extent, the intent is to get a rigorous preventive maintenance schedule, but an awful lot of this is failures and accidents. That's not exactly managed. We try to put a number we think will represent what's going to occur. Next slide, please.
Mr. Mayor, quick question.
Commissioner
sorry.
Taylor.
In regards to vehicle maintenance, well, that'd probably be streets and vehicle maintenance. The city years ago purchased a street sweeper.
Yep.
Is that still operable? Because I haven't seen it on the road.
It's quite operable.
We use it? Oh, if you say we use it, but I've never seen it, so I'm just asking.
Circulates throughout the city on a weekly basis,
On a weekly basis,
Yes,
okay.
5 days a week.
Next slide, please. This is for picking up illegal dumping. The compensation has been doubled up to this point. This year, we had two people who on a half-time basis were going out in the truck and picking up illegal dumping. That has now been escalated to two full-time people. So the compensation is greater. The general expense line item, that is the reward program that was set up by the vice mayor. Again, we don't know how successful that's going to be. We put 20,000 in at this point. For the most part, tipping fees should be zero based on the new county program, which is coming online. I have put in $10,000 just in case there, for some reason, we don't fully qualify at all times. So that's the content of this budget. Next page, please. We're now into the utility funds. And the point here is just to highlight the two most significant ones. We talked to it before. I think I did say at the time that we will spend with the county next year $1.5 million to procure water, basically same volume as this year, with the county's imposed a 3% rate increase on their water charges for next year. So that's the primary ingredients on that. As I tried to point out before, all the other lines pale in comparison to this number. So in terms of really snugging down on expense to try and correct this problem where the expense is so much greater than revenue, there are very few opportunities to do that. You can see the compensation line is a very small number. Most of the other is not horribly, not very large numbers, very little opportunity to snug down on. Down below, I've highlighted fire hydrant. There is on everybody's property tax bill who lives in the city, there is a fire assessment charge, or I'm sorry, fire hydrant assessment charge, which will come in around $93,000. That's the match to demonstrate, in fact, the money is being spent for the purpose of the assessment. Next page, please. Wastewater, you can see the counterpart to the water that we discussed on the prior page. We're talking about $2.8 million in terms of wastewater processing, a lot more expensive, obviously. And that does have a 6% price increase built into that as well. So that's part of the discussion we had before in terms of how long can the water sewer fund keep absorbing price increases. Within the other professional services, what you've got is the primary project there is sewer modeling. We have a small amount in there for a grant writer in case there are any grants that are strictly related to water sewer, project evaluation, and insurance that the work done is in compliance with the various codes. Within the contract services, that's primarily main cleaning, smoke testing, and other smaller projects. Next page, please. Finance, this is where you see all the things such as by way of background, all funds other than general fund pay into the general fund for administrative services provided in terms of finance, commission guidance, city manager guidance, and so forth. So you see that at the bottom under total transfers out. This is where the debt service is that we talked about before. You can see the county number with the overlay that they are proposing for the meters that they've installed, the $2.5 million. Under this assumption, we will pay them if nothing's done to the debt payment schedule. We're going to pay them $1.6 million, and we owe the state close to $800,000 for funding they provided for various projects. Other things of interest, I've highlighted $400,000 for legal services next year. This is where this is recorded. Again, this relates to the billing case. It may be bigger than 400,000. It's just a number to get us started. Next page, please. This is a very small little division, nothing particularly noteworthy here. These are the folks that maintain the service lines that come from water mains going into each property and also the meters. Next page, please. Information technology, this is where we talked before, and you can see the main line items. You can see the software licensing is 650,000. Of that, I think approximately 475,000 is the new enterprise resource planning system, or what's known as the ERP system. The other one is, it's been highlighted, the second one's been highlighted, is the 125,000 that the city pays for various telephone services. There is a very detailed discussion of each of the software items on pages 207, 208 in your budget books. And the last one that I propose to discuss this evening is your risk management. Again, the IT one that we looked before and the risk management are known as internal services funds. Their expense is allocated out to all the funds on a fair pro rata basis. Risk management is one of the two, as I just said. It is all as 99%. It is the monies paid currently to Florida Municipal Insurance Trust. I have put a very conservative number in there. The growth that you see from FY20, FY22, as I said before, is almost exclusively related to worker comp rises. The city has had some bad historical years, and we also, determination has been made that we weren't necessarily classifying. Let me take a step back really. Workers' comp is based on the risk with each job classification. And one of the things that they determined, there's an audit each year, and this year's audit, they made the determination that we had misclassified certain people into lower risk positions rather than higher risk positions. And consequently, that is part of the growth that you see for the essentially $2,800,000. So that's the risk management. Again, my apologies, you didn't get this book earlier. We did not have each of the department directors present last year. I didn't realize that was the intention. Certainly will not be repeated again.
That concludes your presentation.
Yes, sir, it does.
All
Mayor,
right.
you did say you had some questions at the outset, which I will try to answer.
Yes, floor is open for any questions or comments from the commission. All right. And I'll start. I'm on page 28 over the summary that we have. And page 30, there's a significant discrepancy in the funding and expenditures for the proposed 22 budget. I see a total funding of $48 million, and the expenditures I see $54 million. Could you explain how we're creating a budget that shows a $5.6 million deficit?
Yes, sir. I think one of the primary examples is, I can take you through all of them, but a primary example would be, for example, your stormwater fund. It had a large fund balance. It's only required to have a couple $100,000. The surplus is really intended to be used for capital projects, and that's what you're looking at there. So we do know, without looking at the details, we talked about 2.2 million out of the general fund. We know that the stormwater is going to use another 900,000 fund balance. And I think I have a page in here. Yes, sir. On page 31, you can see the various areas where that's going to occur. And again, I think we're just talking about FY22. We had talked about 2.2 for the general fund because the fund balance is there. And again, as long as we're above the threshold of 3.2, the rules say it is usable for one time only. Certainly cannot use it for ongoing operations. CRA has built up a surplus because the TIF revenue that's come in has not been spent. I think I showed you on a prior page that the fund balance at the end of this year is anticipated to be $1.7 million. That plus the 1.3 that comes in next year gave them the ability to spend 3 million. In fact, the proposal right now, subject to the CRA board approval, is to spend what comes in, 1.3 million, plus another 300,000 of what had been built up in surplus through the end of this current fiscal year. So I think that's the primary one. Special law enforcement has a $500,000 fund balance. Proposal is to use 100,000 of that, 110,000 for 5 vehicles. And so that explains the governmental funds. I'm going to now go back to page 30 and look at the enterprise funds.
Yeah, because I'm looking at page 30 and
Yes, sir.
total government funds. We have funding of 34 million of revenue coming in, and we're spending 37, which is 2.6
Yes, sir.
of over in expenditures. Looking at water sewer fund, we have funding coming in of 11 million. We're spending 13 million.
Yep.
That's another 2 million over expenditures. Stormwater fund, we have 2.8 million, expenditure 3.7, which is almost 900,000 over budgeted expenditures. On the enterprise funds, I'm seeing 13.9 million in funding and revenue, and we're spending 16.8. That's over $2.9 million or more expenditures. And then total up, it goes to 5.6. That is, in looking at this page to see this while we're in middle of financial crisis, that we are spending more money than the revenue that we have coming in, and we're basing this based upon unaudited financials that we have and money that may be coming in. I'm very, very uncomfortable with making so many expenditures of taxpayers' funds, and we don't have those dollars here, and we don't have an exact number of where we are with our funds. So that is literally my biggest challenge with this budget, is seeing the significant level of expenditures as opposed to looking at our revenues. I would be much more comfortable, yes, if we had those audited funds to where we can know, because these numbers about our surpluses have changed significantly. I've heard 9 million, then 4.8, then 2. And it seems as though with these audits, we're getting more closer to that number. But these numbers are changing, and I'm very hesitant, even in my own household. I don't spend money I don't have. And I don't touch the piggy bank when there may be other things going on. So that's the major concern that I have with this budget. Almost every fund, no, literally every fund on page 30 is over. And I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand how we can do something like that.
So, go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
No, I was just going to address it. I am comfortable with every one of those except for water sewer that we talked about, which has got problems. If you really don't want to spend it, then we have to probably stop every capital project. We have to not bring aboard the enterprise resource planning system. Probably have to lay some people off. Now I'll take that back. That's not, because these relate to one-time expenditures. But you're just going to put a plan together that's going to freeze your capital. Or not freeze it, suspend it. And
we've been operating as a city during this financial crisis without making such large expenditures over revenues over the past few years. While I do understand the significant steps we want to take, I just think that they can be managed a little more over the course of the next few years. In terms of these increases, we have a lot of increases in staffing and professional services and programming. And we don't have the revenues to substantiate that. So how does that go into next year and the year after next, when all of these expenditures that we're making, we're going to most likely try and continue to meet that demand. So how does that look in the next few years? And does that make sure that we can get out of this financial crisis? That's the number one thing. We need to have our books in order so that we can get from under this financial oversight board, and a budget like this makes it seem as though it would take us longer to do so. And to make such a significant expenditures at the now where we literally do not have audited financials. I, yeah, I can't move forward with that.
Mr. Anathan,
I'm sorry.
allow me.
Please.
Mr. Mayor, this city has not been being
Mr.
operated.
Manager, just for the sake of this proper decorum, could you address us as a commission?
But you have concerns, so I'm addressing your
I know,
concerns.
but
I've
just
never
for-
had to address the
proper-
commission as a commission.
We are whole.
But you're speaking on your
We are
concerns, Mr.
whole,
Mayor.
So just for proper decorum, it'll be great. Because there's a lot of mayor, like, please, for proper decorum, we are whole. All right, thank you. Go ahead and continue.
If I may, the point I was going to make is certainly when you look at the general fund, it is so markedly different than it was 3 years ago. So there is no question in my mind that it's on the right track, that when you get your audited results, you're really going to find that you have a general fund balance well in excess of what the minimum requirement of $3.3 million is. So that, I mean, I think everybody accepts the fact that general fund is a totally different animal than what we knew it to be 2 years ago. So I am 100% comfortable in that. Stormwater, I am equally, the funds have been coming in, have not been spent, audited or not audited. That one I am very comfortable with. The money that we're using from the Special Law Enforcement Fund, year after year that's audited, it's 500,000, 600,000. We're suggesting using 100,000 of it this year. The other ones on water sewer, I would agree with you. That is a little problematic. We have talked about that several times. CRA funding, I will guarantee you, they have far more money available to them that they're going to spend than they're going to spend. So again, the intent of fund balance is for certain funds to maintain a minimum amount. For funds like the CRA, they have no requirement to maintain any minimum balance. They're going to have $3 million available to spend as of January 1st next year. The fact they choose to 1.6 of it in no way jeopardizes either the city or the CRA fund. In fact, as I said before, CRA for now is totally separate, should not have been wrapped into these numbers, will not be in future books. So that's not a problem. The other ones, well, we've covered the special law enforcement. So it really is the general fund and the CRA. So it's a question of whether you think the general fund, I understand the sense of wanting to preserve, and if you got 4 million now in a fund balance, 5 million looks even better. But at the same time, you want to move the city forward in such things as your ERP and other things like that. What we've tried to do is make sure that the fund balance we're recommending using is one-time stuff. So when it becomes time to do the FY23 budget, we don't suddenly say, my God, we've built up an ongoing organization we can't sustain. So I think it's incumbent upon me to demonstrate how the 2.2 really relates to one-time activities.
Your last comment is what I'm hitting on, is building up an organization that we cannot sustain based upon our property tax, which is our number one source of revenue, and also our water and sewer funds, which we're also having challenges with. So that is the concern that I have, is that last statement there. Thank you. Any
Mr.
other
Mayor,
comments, questions?
Mr. Mayor and Commission.
Mr. Manager?
First, I would like to put on the record, I would like to find in regards to decorum of why I cannot address the individual. I'm not a member of the public. I am staff. I am staff. So I would like some type of definition of why I cannot identify the mayor or any commissioner based on their individual concern. I'm answering an individual question brought up by that person. And I know what this is trying to do. Is somebody's trying to say on the commission that I'm breaking the decorum policy within the ordinance. I've never in my life as a city manager have been having to address the commission by the commission as if I'm a member of the public. I find it to be unfair. I find it to be unsettling, and I think it inhibits my way of expressing myself in a way that's respectful and fair and intact. So, Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk, or whomever, I would like to see how other city meetings are operated and why a city manager has to be censored or not allowed to comment to an individual person on the commission if they are addressing an individual issue. I don't find it to be fair or improper. But as for the purposes of this meeting, I have no problem in addressing the mayor and commission as a whole into the conclusion of the meeting, but hopefully I will have a response by next week so I know how to operate moving forward. As far as the budget is concerned, as far as this budget is concerned, as far as previous budgets are concerned, during the budget preparation process, we are communicating with the state every mile of the way. We have Friday meetings where we discuss the budget and other financial items related to the city. This budget is not prepared ungoverned or unregulated or in a way that is not proper at all whatsoever. I asked the mayor, vice mayor, and commission. You all had, and this is why specifically the budget has to be tied to the goals of the city manager and the staff. If the commission has an issue with certain areas of the budget, such as beautification or ERP or system upgrades or staffing related issues, that all affects me being successful in my goals and objectives as a city manager. That's why the budget process is tied to that specific item. The city is in a position, in a posture to move forward. We can easily reduce these numbers to an acceptable level of certain of the commission if it's their will. But understand the extra services that you're looking for, the beautification program, upgrading of various different systems, and the various things that you all want to place as far as the goals and objectives of the city will not be able to be accomplished. We speak of unaudited funds. We have a live picture of what comes in revenue on an everyday basis. Mr. Anthony has access to the City National Bank's website where we monitor what we have as far as cash on hand on a daily basis. Ms. Lazier has that access as well as I do. So we can project what we can and cannot pay for during the budget year because we actually see the money in the account. We see the money coming in. Yes, we are behind in audits. I totally understand that. We can reconcile manually, and that's what we're planning to do. Ms. Lazier is prepared to provide up-to-date reports showing year-to-date expenditures from what's expended compared to what's budgeted. Those reports will be available after July to be provided. So that gives the commission a live picture, actually, what we have on hand and what we spend as far as budget-wise. To say this budget is improper, I think is premature. And what I want to protect the commission from doing is making statements in regards to the budget being improper or not in line with anything prior to the state commencing their review of the budget. You all approve next week for this budget to be transmitted to the state of Florida for their review. And during the review process, we have several meetings that go over this budget. And then we bring you a final product in September to be voted upon. we all are about transparency and providing the public the right information. I want to make sure the public understands that this administration, my manager's office, takes this very seriously, and every expenditure here is a justified expenditure to move the city forward. In saying that, we have a financial emergency board meeting next Friday, and I look forward and I ask that every commission member that is available to please be present at that meeting to ask the appropriate questions to the Financial Emergency Board, Mr. Hunter, as well as our Chief Inspector General, Melinda Miguel, as far as the progress the city has made year to date. They can speak on its expenditures, they can speak on the budget process and how the budget's reviewed. I just don't want to give the misconception that we're just running rogue out here, just willy-nilly spending money. That is the perception that's being put out here today. You know, and I don't think it's accurate. There's two sides to the story. And I just want to accurately depict that story. And I think what's important for every member of the commission to do is ask those questions while those financial emergency board members are present, and why the governor's designee is present next Friday to ask those vital questions in regards to our budget, in regards to our spending. Ask them what their opinion is in regards to our spending and how we moving the city forward. There's been multiple correspondence written by the governor's designee stating the progress that myself, my staff, with the assistant Mr. Anathan and Ms. Azir has made in regards to our financial progress as far as moving the city forward. Mr. Anathan is very confident in the numbers that are provided in this budget. And please believe that we have very serious conversations in regards to this matter in general. In saying that, I think this budget is solid. I think it's professionally produced. I think the numbers are valid. I think the expenditures are valid to move the city forward and meet the goals and objectives that the city commission desires to move the city forward. I do not want to be in a position to feel censored. And we spoke on the subject of respect at the last commission meeting and being human beings. And to place me in a box like I am a resident in public comments, to say I have to address the commission as a body, as a city manager sitting on this dais, is insulting, it's embarrassing, and I would not do it to anybody. And I don't know any city manager that's treated in the manner that I am being treated tonight. I'm addressing a question. You have individual has a concern, and I address that individual. Does any other member of the commission have an issue with me addressing them as commissioner, whatever their name is? I have not heard any concerns. I'm not a member of the public. It's not right. It's not right. That's it. I don't have anything further.
Comments from the commission on the budget? Any other? All right. Oh,
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
I mean, I hear the concerns about the fund balances and the negative fund balances and moving forward ultimately with meeting the items that that we identified as goals for this fiscal year. You know, maybe we can look at some of the things that we're doing, but I also know that it's a little bit unsure as we don't know, what those audited actuals are from fiscal year 20. I mean, I share those same concerns as far as the fund balance. I would like to maybe schedule a meeting with the manager one-on-one to discuss those items in detail. Yeah, I mean, I think we all want to see certain things go forth and, the growth across departments, but without having actual numbers, I can see where, that may become problematic, down the road because ultimately, if we start providing services and, there is a certain expectation being realized, obviously we will want to keep that up and continue that same level of service in future years. So, I would be hesitant until I really can dive in and get a closer look. Um, the I share the same concerns with the decline in our reserves. Over the years, we've been pushing very hard to to build that. So, to see those items kind of, or to see that kind of depleted, and so rapidly, I think it will raise a red flag in kind of any of our perception. So, yeah, I'll just, I'll move forward in my individual meeting with the manager and definitely would like to take a closer look at the budget before finalizing any decision.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, any other comments,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner? All right, Mr. Manager.
we also, another option we do have is we could reconsider the millage rate and go up before tomorrow, before next week's meeting. We can adjust the millage rate number and go up or not adjust it, or maybe bring it back down a little bit lower, a little bit less in order to compensate for those discrepancies in the budget. It's not going to count for much, but that is an opportunity as well. So understand that my office, we're confident in the numbers. We're confident in the numbers to the point we want to lower the millage rate. Also think about this. You're going to start getting year-to-date numbers by the end of July. So we're on July 21st. You're going to start getting year-to-date expenditures, okay? Outside of audit. The audit is just a snap picture of time. It's a snap picture of 1 year at a time of what the city's financial status is. Those year-to-date numbers and the compared to what's budget and actual, those are live numbers. The audit's not going to affect those numbers. That's what's live. So I feel that once you guys have that, I think you guys will feel more comfortable and kind of understand where we're at, And I do understand the city wants to be in a position where the reserves are higher and, we're looking financially healthy. So there are multiple facets of getting out of financial emergency. One of it is building reserves. Another is being able to be financially feasible, provide services to your residents. So the state is also looking at what services are we providing to our residents? Are we providing efficient, effective services? If not, why are we not spending? I am being asked, since I've been here, I've been asked by the state, why aren't we spending more in certain areas for our residents? You need to do a budget amendment. If we have a special program or something we want to do, the state is asking us, why aren't you investing in your residents? So when you see these numbers go up, due to two things: to what's needed in our departments and for our residents. And we have interactive conversations with the state, even during think about it, the budget amendment process. Just educating the new commission. The budget amendment process. Every budget amendment gets approved by the state. So we have an increase in expenditures or decrease in expenditures. Those things are approved by the state. This budget goes through a 30-day review. It comes back. They say, this is an approved budget. We reviewed it. Based on our review is solid. This is what the budgeted numbers are at. If the state comes back and tells us in 30 days to make changes, we make the appropriate changes in the budget. And the only reason I'm going through this diatribe is so you guys understand what the process is, because I'm educating our residents, because I don't want it to be misconceived that we're not doing what we need to do as far as preparing a budget and getting it approved. So if there's issues about any of these numbers in this book, Please believe that the state's gonna say, hey, we have problems with these numbers, we're not gonna approve it. And you need to make the changes. And then even if we pass the budget and just say, they tell us to make changes that we don't, when it goes up and for legislation review, they'll deny the legislation and say redo it. So there are safeguards in place while we're in financial emergency. We are in clear communication with the state of Florida. And this is why I say again, I sincerely hope everybody is available to be at the meeting next Friday at 9:30 a.m. in this building, where the Financial Emergency Board will address their concerns, their thought process in regards to our city's recovery. Please understand, I want our city to come out of recovery quicker or quickly. I would love to see our city come out of recovery within 3 years. I've already been told we're not going to come out of financial emergency in less than 3 years. I've already been told that. That expectation has been provided. The expectation is 3 to 5 years. Our spending and this budget and it being approved or not is not going to affect us coming out of financial emergency as long as we show that we're self-sufficient and we're able to do our jobs in an appropriate way. So we can get these audits caught up, which again are a snapshot in time, but then you guys start getting live numbers by the end of the month, and then we'll have an understanding. But I do appreciate the dialogue and the comments, and we will go back and make appropriate changes if we need to make them before next week's meeting, because you guys have to approve this for us to send up for review. So I really look forward to dialogue, and I ask anybody on the dais if there are any questions in regards to this budget before next week to please let me know or let Mr. Grace know so he can set up a meeting with my office so we can sit down and go over the numbers and our rationale. I think Mr. Anathan and Ms. Lazier can provide a lot of insight in regards to these numbers and the accuracy of them and the success of the city moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think that you spoke to the direct concern, which was the quarterly financial reports. That information is needed so that we can accurately, look at the city finances and manage them, on a quarterly basis as they're provided. So I look forward to receiving that information through Mrs. Lazar's work at the end of this month, which will go back and cover the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year. So in addition to that, I think the other point of concern, which was so it was the financial reports and I guess the negative fund balances. Of course, we're taking down the millage rate, and we also submitted the 5-year recovery plan, which also details how we plan to pay down debt and other things that we also are concerned about. So, I look forward to just having that meeting and really going over those details with you and staff. So thanks.
Any other final questions, comments before we close out this workshop?
Mr. Mayor, we still have one item to discuss.
Oh,
And it will be quick, less than 10 minutes.
all right. Any other before we move on to the next item? All right, special events.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Simple resolution to the special events calendar. After consulting with the state and just trying to keep things fair and transparent and for us to be good citizens, I recommend that all events are city events unless there is a commissioner that wants to sponsor a specific event, and that is the case. City funds cannot be used for that event. And that is to not show that a specific event is being held to enhance or politic or be defined as a political activity that the city is sponsoring. And that's based on a inquiry and a response that I received from the state in regards to it. In saying that, a commissioner can host an event, but it would have to be a city event. So the event can be brought up by you. It can be your idea. It can be held, but it always has to be it always has to be hosted by the mayor, vice mayor, and the city commission, and has to be considered a city event and not advertised as an individualized event. And that's just to protect each one of you. And that's just the feedback I've received, just perceptually, just to prevent that. So every event on the calendar is considered a city event, but if it's an event that you've held in the past, you can host that event on behalf of the city commission, and it'd just be a city mayor and city vice mayor and city commission event. If there's any events need to be added or removed, we can do so. I like the calendar the way it is. The biggest question why we're here today is that you guys want to know what the definition of city events and commission sponsor events are. There's no commissioner sponsor events. All events are city events. As far as MLK, we can increase the budget. Just let us know. That's the purpose of these events, the events calendar. So if there's any monetary adjustments that we can be made in larger events, then we can do that and make sure to capture it in the budget.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
um, maybe I didn't quite understand, but from what I understood, not in agreement. From what you just said, I'm a little confused. You said it was recommended by someone from on the state level, so that every event must be mayor, vice mayor, and commission.
Yeah,
Is
so
that what you're saying?
yeah, so you can host it. Your name can be on the event advertisement as you hosting an event, but it has to be sponsored by the mayor, vice mayor, and city commission. So it's kind of like how we're doing it now, but we don't want to identify, okay, this is the vice mayor's event, this is Commissioner Telly's event. We don't to define it or break it down to that level. May cause some issues and concerns.
But every municipality does that.
So we're under financial oversight, and they have to approve the special event budget. So that is what that's what the recommendation I was given. It could be brought up next Friday at the FEB board meeting, and you can get further dialogue. It's just that's based on feedback that we received. Myself, Mr. Anvin, Ms. Lazar, Ms. Lazar, Mr. Ellis, and Ms. Lawson on our last call with the state. That's the feedback that was provided to us based on them watching the last commission meeting.
You done, Vice Mayor? Commissioner Taylor.
Real quick, so the language must say the mayor and commission presents whatever it is, and then we can do hosted by.
Or sponsored by, hosted, sponsored. We can find a word to use. Either hosted,
But
sponsored.
as long as it says mayor and commission present,
Yes,
and then the host can be.
yes.
And if we sponsor it, that means we're paying for it.
That's correct.
So if I don't want, no offense to you people, but if I don't want their name on it.
Then you have to pay for it out your pocket.
Out of my pocket.
Yes, city funds can't be used.
Is that separate from the $5,000 that we approved, or is that?
So again, the discretionary fund money that is approved are for events that you are sponsoring or hosting. So basically, if there's an event that you're sponsoring or hosting, and there is funds that are required for that event, that money we use for that purpose.
Okay. So if the city's paying for it, then it has to say mayor commission. If the city's not paying for it, then I can do my own thing.
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Ms. Manager, so for this, approve this events, I know we have a policy in which we must put on the agenda the approved list of events that we have for moving forward. What I currently see in the budget is the traditional events that we've had. How are we determining exactly which events are approved by the commission to be put up? And is it all of those funds are coming out of that 25,000? And if so, what will be that breakdown? How we define the costs for those events?
Okay. So here is the big elephant in the room. Because the first year personnel costs are not coming out of the funds, it's very unlikely that you're going to spend through your $5,000 or the dollar amount that's allocated to you, because staff time is not coming out the funds. Most of the events that are held is staff time. Staff time is really the biggest bulk of any fee, unless somebody requests something special or in particular. Marketing and PR is already budgeted. So the marketing for the event is not coming out the $25,000 or the $5,000 a piece, because marketing and PR is already budgeted in a separate line item, is separate and apart from the actual event. So PR is not done coming out of the event. Staff time for the first year is not coming out of the event. So I don't foresee any staff time coming out or staff time being used towards the 5,000. What I do see happening is if there's something like extracurricular, very special that has to be done that the city does not have the resources to do, and we have used the outside vendor, then at that time those funds will be utilized. But most of the events, we have not done anything above and beyond what the city could not provide. The city's been able to provide everything, and we have not had to make any special procurement purchases for any events that have occurred. So in saying that, until personnel costs are really built in after the next year, I don't foresee the funds being used unless there's some extraordinary special thing that you require for your activity that the city cannot provide for itself.
All right, then let me break down one example. So one of the events that I proposed was a social services summit where all of our nonprofits that provide service to the city or put in their grants that they do provide services to the city, that they come in and they showcase their services, which most likely would them be coming here to the city of Opa-locka, setting up booths around here with the tables and chairs that we currently have, and we giving them a mic to be able to present, and we have the community coming out to check out what they have going on. And there may be, if I know there's other things going on about like a festival or something like that nature that it can maybe combine with, that can be separate. I don't know, but how would that be calculated into, I guess, this $5,000 budget? Like, getting with that example of that event, if to have that event, how would the cost be taken out of that, and what would those costs be?
There wouldn't be any cost for it because the first year is not staff costs. What you are going to require for that event is a facility and staff and chairs and tables. And then your social service entity is going to bring their own items. So there shouldn't be no expense out of the $5,000 because most of it is facility and staffing, in which we already agree that's not going to come out of the first year based on our policy. So the event will be free of charge unless you say you want to have food or something, then yeah, that'll come out your dollar, that dollar amount. If you want to have food or something that our staff cannot necessarily provide. Other than that, it's a open house. So we just open up the doors and set up for you, and your vendors come in.
All right, and then I would like to propose that the 5,000 is allocated for me. At least take 4,000 if it can be put towards the after-school programs or other programs in our parks and recreation. If we can just make that edit in the budget, because I personally don't see myself doing an event that's going to cost that much money over the course of the next year.
Understood. I typically wouldn't agree to that, Mr. Mayor, because we just keep the money in line item. It's not used, it's not used. The money's it's all coming out the same pot. It's just showing up somewhere else. So during the budget amendment, we may take money from that line item because it hasn't been used. but we usually just, because the money right now is not separated by commissioner, it's just the $25,000. If it's separated out by commissioner, then I can move 4,000 from there and put into social service activities. But because it's not broken out individually and it's just there as a lump sum, we wouldn't be able to do that.
All right. Any other questions or comments on special events? All right, so do we have that approved list of events that all of us will have for the next year? And when that approved list, including city events and also commission events? Because on that list that I received, I know I didn't see the monthly bingo that we do, which is something that's traditional, that's been done for a while. So those things, or when will we see that final list?
So,
And make sure that is a part of this budget as in our policy.
thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, the list has been completed based on events that occurred. Mr. Grice has access to that list. If anything needs to be added to that list, he can add or take away based on you guys' will and wishes. And then it's just presented on the agenda. So at this point, it's with Mr. Grice. Whatever can be, whatever you guys want to add, and he can send it out for you guys to review prior to the commission meeting next week to see if something needs to be added or deleted. But he has the list. It can be modified and then sent back to us. It's sent to you all for review, and you review it individually and you make any additions or subtractions to it. And then it'll be prepared as an exhibit for the next commission meeting. And then you guys vote on it. But understand, any additional event needs to be done is if it would come out of your pocket if it does not come back before the commission.
So to my colleagues, what I would like us to at least get to some point is to identify when or how many events we're going to have each month. Because I know that all of us literally just submitted events, but we weren't able to really talk about what that looks like month to month or quarter to quarter in terms of having these events, participating in these events, just to make sure we don't have too many conflicted in 1 week or 1 month. That's what I would like us to get to some point of discussion. So want to hopefully have that so that it is official and part of our budget and is in alignment so that we know what it is. Everything is in alignment so there won't be any challenges to what events we're going to have, when we're going to have them, and we have clear expectations of that.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice
to the
Mayor.
manager. So if I begin to receive monetary in-kind donations, where does that money fit? Where does that sit in the budget? Since you said it would have to be paid.
So any in-kind, based on the special events policy, any in-kind donations that are provided, they have to provide a letter to the city saying that they're providing this donation to the city. The city writes a letter to acknowledge. We intake the funds, and then those funds are used for your event. So for example, you have somebody donates $5,000 for one event that you're having, a dinner per se. They provide the $1,000 with a letter saying what the purpose of the money's for and what event is for. It's the cashier takes the money, my office does a letter acknowledging the funds, and then we, on your behalf, procure the services that you need in order to have your event with that money that's provided. So it's just a documenting the money as it comes in and as it goes out.
So I think where I'm going, because I'm forward thinking. I'm not saying specifically for an event. I'm saying raising money for events throughout the year. So if what you're saying is a letter for an event, I'm saying have a kitty of cash that's, if there is events that I decide to do, where does that bank of cash sit? Are you saying it must be for a specific event that I raise money for?
No.
Okay.
And where it goes is between Bob and Jerry, they would give a specific account number in which those funds would go to be accounted for when it's taken by the cashier. And then that money's monitored by my office in finance as it builds up. and as it's expended, then it's monitored in that way. Like for somebody, if somebody wants to give money for Arabian Nights and you have a whole bunch of people that want Arabian Nights back and they're willing to provide donations for that, those donations come in, they say what the purpose of it is. We have that letter on file. We type up a letter. They get in a receipt of what, acknowledging that we received it and it is what it's for. And then it's like that. Or they can say we just donating money. Like for example, last week at the last commission meeting, I got a donation for $1,000. Okay, we input that donation in the general fund. It was cashiered. That money is earmarked for uniforms. That's what the person desired. The city's in the process of doing the thank you letter and acknowledging the donation and what it's for, and the monies are expended. If there's a specific accounting process that you want to see, or
No, I'm just trying to, because the way you explained it was for a specific event, they were in, if it's an in-kind donation, they would write the letter saying they are donating for that event, let's say the Mother's Day. But if I'm thinking forward and I know I'm having a Mother's Day event and someone wants to write a check now, is that in-kind donation written for Vice Mayor Williams? Does it sit in general funds? I'm just trying to figure out where that, because the way you said it was for that event.
okay, so that money will go in, come in, we'll register it, it go into general funds, and it'll be a donation received on behalf of Vice Mayor Williams for
Okay, that's it.
blanket,
Thank
but
you.
for blank or not blank, or it doesn't have to have a specific tie to it. I would like for it to be tied to something because it's easier to manage. But if somebody just has won the jackpot and they want to donate the city whatever dollar amount and it's going towards this cause, then I'm fine with that too.
Mr. Manager?
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess when it comes to in-kind donations, I know they usually segregate the funds and it's usually put in some sort of special fund because it's usually how do you say like, well, I guess it would be restricted based on the purpose of what it was, under the circumstances it was intended. I would like to see some sort of, because that's a good idea you actually brought up, some of these events, such as Arabian Nights and others that, the consensus across each commission, we would like to see go forward. But if we could have some, maybe centralized fund, maybe for different events that we would want to do, like one for Arabian Nights, one for for whatever other city events that we don't particularly have full coverage of the budget to accomplish. I think that'd be a great idea. But I don't necessarily agree with putting in-kind donations back into the general fund simply because it's unrestricted and okay. Yeah, because it could
Understand.
get mixed up in the general fund.
Yeah, understand, Commissioner. That's the only fund it can go in, but that is the only fund that it can go into.
Any other discussions on special events? All right. Any other comments for this workshop in general? All right. I want to thank everyone for joining us today as we discuss our budget and special events. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Taylor. This meeting is adjourned.